Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, November the 11th, guys. It's November the 11th, Remembrance Day, Armistice Day, and a couple of yeses. My name is Barry Anderson. I'm moderator of your rooms. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Snowman. Snowman in our YouTube room is quick to tell us or tell me that you guys can hear me and see me or see my screen. So those of you in YouTube, remember you have a pick now. You can pick. Well, hopefully I don't even have to tell you. You can pick out of the mobile version, which will be a smaller display, or the full screen version. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? MSPR. This is a cheap one, under $1. For those of you who don't mind trading those, the next high is 84 cents. That's on the daily chart, MSPR. Don't see any news on it. QNRX, definitely saw some news for QNRX. Achieves the target in topical delivery technologies of whatever drug they have got. Trying to see what phase it is. Big move, though. Very low float, though, guys. 590,000 shares in the float. Thank you, guys, in YouTube. So the pre-market high got all the way up to almost $16 for QNRX. Engine, ENGN. Reports positive preliminary data for their bladder cancer drug. Phase 2, probably a low float. Actually, it's not crazy low. It's 36 million, not high, but not low. $9.65. So on the daily chart, at least, it looks like there is pretty decent resistance around that 9.65 mark, same as on the weekly chart. Not a ton of shares available for me anyway. Interactive Brokers, 76,000. Of course, I'm always looking just in case the stock. Sorry, guys, I have to wear something in my mouth for about another half an hour, so I'm going to sound a little mumbled, I think, as I'm finding myself being mumbly. So ENGN, yeah. So it's underneath the VWAP right now. VOR, boy, big drop in VOR, and they did a 1 for 20 reverse split in September, and they're raising money at $10. So that is VOR. HKIT. Now this is an earnings play. I have no idea. This is a China stock. I may have dropped anyway, but HKIT is an earnings play. So if you're, I don't know, or into bounce plays, I don't know, maybe take a look at this one over around 285 or so. I'm just looking at it right here, a lot of consolidation, but it may just continue to drop. No shares available for me at Interactive Brokers as short. BBAI, and unbelievably, well, my way of thinking anyway, BBAI also has an ETF. This little stock, Big Bear.ai Holdings. This is an earnings play. BBAI is an earnings play. To me, anyway, it looks like it's coming into pretty decent resistance around the 7 mark. And it is shortable. A lot of shares available for me anyway. 2 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this is a 2 times long. Unbelievable. Even this, and there's, not bad volume. 245,000 shares have traded. Spread is about a dime. So this is an ETF. So if you really thought that BBAI was going to continue, you could buy this one and you could double the move. See, this is up 36% and the stock is up about 18%. Amen to that, Dwayne. I think I ask this every year, but do you guys Do you guys sell poppies and, not sell, but, wear poppies in the States also? It's definitely a Canadian thing, but I think I ask this every year, I never quite know. No, really, William, no, no poppies, really. In Flanders Fields. Not to get too emotional. Okay, SRDX, guys, SRDX, Thermodix. Must be a buyout, must be a buyout. LPSN, guys, LPSN, live person. This is an earnings play, okay? This is also an earnings play. Not seeing a ton of room in any of these. Again, when I'm talking about room, I'm looking left. Want to see where the next high is. Low float also for this one. 6 million in the float. LPSN. Okay, guys, sorry about that. CYCU, CYCU. Let's see what this one is doing. CYCU. The other one, I mean, it's hard to get too enthused about these. I mean, this popped up to 549, it's right back down to 3. It's still up 18%. A lot of volume though, 13 million, 2 million in the float. So, there was some news yesterday. Yeah, yesterday's news collected by a telecom provider to modernize emergency warning network. So that was yesterday's news. Little move yesterday, nothing major. Well, yeah, the SPY's down. It's basically flat, though. I mean, I think the market was running ahead of, I guess, anticipating the market or the your government shutdown might be over, so that was running ahead of time. So, I mean, it's only down a little over a point on the SPY. I guess Rocket Labs. I don't think Rocket Labs is an earnings play. This is a two-timer of 17.5% RKLB. So if you thought RKLB was going to continue to move, well, I think it's more expensive. I think it's actually more expensive than the stock. Yeah, it is interesting. Another move through, yeah, you're right, Obi, QNRX. So when you look left for QNRX, let's say it gets back up to that 16 level. If it got it back up to the 16 level, there's a high right there of 1617. So it probably have to take that out. And then the next high after that would be 17, almost 18. And remember, it's got a ridiculously low float, 590,000 in the float. CLSK, not an earnings play. I'm just looking at Bitcoin miner CleanSpark slides after boosted $1.15 billion convertible bond sale. So basically, it's a financing. There was no really real wild one this morning, guys. I know the MSPR is up 89%, but it's one of those ones under a dollar. A lot of times what we'll see are some stocks over a dollar and quite a bit over a dollar, up 300% here. So the only one that's up a lot, quite a bit, is the QNRX. I mean, that's still it's a great move. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not seeing huge moves, huge percentage moves in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. The beach body. Everybody wants a beach body. BODI. Beach body, guys, is an earnings play. I remember when this one IPO'd. A lot of volume, 3 million in the float, 8 million have traded already. But when you look left, to me anyway, I just see all these little areas that could stall on the way up. Morning, Aussie. I was gonna say Aussie. Turb, yeah, I saw you guys were talking about Turb. I don't see it anymore. Be careful how I say that one. Turb, Turbo Taurus and Stellar partner to tokenize financing for energy installations. Almost completely gave it up. 446 down to 240. There actually were 38,000 shares as short at Interactive Brokers. Some of you were saying you couldn't buy, at least at E-Trade. I didn't try, of course, at Interactive Brokers. Probably was a good thing, depending where you wanted to buy it. Okay, this is okay. Again, well, listen, if we can take this out, it's not that far away. So Pubmatic, guys, PUBM is also an earnings play. Not that much volume yet, 80,000, 37 million in the float. You can kind of see it's not that far away, about 50 cents away from that high. Let's see if it can take that out later on, because then there's the 200-day moving average. That's certainly far enough away. The next high is certainly far enough away. So yeah, put a price alert, I guess, for PUBM. If it can take out 917. Somebody asked me yesterday, was it you, Carlos? I think you asked yesterday about Beyond Meat. What did I think? Here you go. I mean, it's just not. There was no reason for this. Okay, remember now, there was no reason for this nonsense when I got up to 769 a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, CRWV. I forgot to mention that one. CRWV earnings play, more expensive. Broke down through 100. It's a big float, 270. So that's a pretty big move, 8% move with 275 million in the float. NVIDIA dips after SoftBank sells out of stake. Really? Really? I wonder how many shares they own. Big move from Friday yesterday. Yeah, sounds okay, right, guys? In our main room, who's having a problem? Want to make sure that it's not widespread. Okay, guys, let's see now. Anything else? OM, I think, is an earnings play. OM is an earnings play, I believe. Yes, OM is an earnings play. Room underneath, actually. Yeah, actually, then on the weekly chart anyway, the next low is around 570. Yeah, this is an okay. I know I briefly mentioned this one. This is a buyout, SRDX. It got to be a buyout. Surges after court denies injunction to block the sale to GTCR. Okay, it's a private company, GTCR. It's not a new mouse. Well, okay, just briefly. I'm using my old mouse. And the only way I could get it working, and it's probably not the right way, but I had to Bluetooth it. But it's fine. This is my old. My new mouse was just as a stopgap. It was just a cheap stopgap, so I could so I could work yesterday. But this, what you're seeing here, the mouse is fine, but I had to Bluetooth it. I could not get it to work without doing that. DAVA guys, DAVA. This is also an earnings play. Wow, this is you know what? This is an earnings play. DAVA is an earnings play. Why I'm kind of interested. This is an all-time low now. DAVA is an earnings play, all-time low. DAVA. Rain, guys. It is raining here. Let's go. Rain Enhancement Technologies. Wow, look at this move here. Launches first US installation with Colorado. Permit approval. Rain is on the move here. And yeah, so this is one of those ones that stopped trade. There's another company that had the symbol back in 2024. Like it anyway. It's kind of weird to see this weekly chart. But the next high looking left on a weekly chart is around 1084. What did it get up to? Wow, I went right through that. Probably a low float. Yes, it is. 1 million in the float, a little over 1 million in the float. So it did break through that weekly high over here, but it's pulled back down now. Take a look at PRSO. Okay. Well, a lot of volume, but it's pulled back a lot. I mean, I always have my doubts with these. They pull back a lot, 144 right back down to a dollar. So, anything can happen, I suppose, if it holds a dollar. It is an earnings play, though I don't expect. I mean, they have a loss, tops revenue estimates. Okay, very quickly, because the market, I just want to take a look at XLE. Want to take a look at energy. Okay, after the market had a big day yesterday, XLE. Take a quick look at retail. See if retail rallied a bit. Not really. A little bit, maybe. XLV, healthcare. Yeah, healthcare is ripping. Well, ripping. For it is ripping. For all those months underneath the 200-day moving average. Then consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, still well below the 200-day moving average. And then materials, XLB, also below, but at least is trying to get closer to it again. So we got two of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Not shortable for me. SLRX. This is just tanking here now. They just announced a financing. Well, at least they did it before the market opened. Okay, well, 9:30. They just at $1.50, financing at $1.50, so well underneath that financing price. Raising $7 million, 2.5 million shares issued, and that is SLRX. No shorts available for me though. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back and I'm going to switch now my layout. Okay, I'm going to switch my layout. So I'm going to save this one as always saving my layout. I don't think I made any changes, but I think it's just good practice to save your layout. Oops. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, guys, now I will get rid of this layout, close all, and load my 9:30 layout. Okay, so what this window was showing, this one, this pre-market actives up. This is showing the top six. My other layout had the top 15. This is the top six. I think I have mentioned all of them. Yeah, the QNRX, the SRDX, the Rain engine. This is a wow. This Build a Bear. They're really ripping, guys. Remember, this is a two timer, so Build a Bear must be up almost 22% or 21.5%. That is really ripping. That's an earnings play. 21%. Remember now, so you get double the move, double the move. So if you really think that Build-A-Bear BBAI is going to keep moving, you can buy this one, BAIG. You'll get double the move. But remember, if Build-A-Bear starts to move down, this will move down twice as much. So in other words, if BBAI moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. Oh, Big Bear. Sorry, Big Bear. You're right. There is, isn't there a Build-A-Bear or something also? Big Bear. Sorry. I've got to make a change here, guys. I've got to make a change. Time is it now? 9:27. I've got to do this quickly. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I want to save my layout. Made a change to that compare count window. I think Real is an earnings play. I believe it. Yeah, Real is also an earnings play, guys. REAL. This is also an earnings play. Pretty big break now, actually, on the daily and on the monthly. What's the volume like? Not bad. Not a low float, not a high float. 93 million. So Real is an earnings play also. Target race at 16 from 11 at Northland. All right, guys, markets opened. Markets well, 9:30 has happened. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Typically, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Gotta let things settle down a little bit. Now, this gap continuation or reverse will not start giving us anything until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean there's going to be something at 9:45. SOUN, guys. SOUN making a move down. Now, USAR. You know, So China escalates a U.S. rare earth. I thought it was all settled last week. So there's USAR guys making a move. 1892 is the next high. So there is certainly room for a USAR. And there's Real making CENX aluminum play. So what's happening with that one? It's not an earnings play. Actually, it's interesting. They had earnings this week. Usually, it's I thought it was a lot closer to Alcoa, but I guess not. Earnings this week, November 6th or last week. Actually, their reaction was great. Yeah, so the reaction was really good, but taking a dive here, I don't know. I can't see any news on this one. Though I do see 9 million share block trade at price at 30.65. Okay. So I guess somebody wanted out, but they didn't want to destroy the didn't want to destroy the price. 30.65. So it's down quite a bit below that now, though. Bitcoin down 1,700. I'm looking at Mara had a terrible day yesterday. Well, terrible. It got up to 1659, but it closed at the low of the day. Wow. I hope nobody jumped into rain. Well, you had your umbrellas on this one. Look at this. The rain got up to 1120 and almost cut in half, right back down. Indicative of a low float stock, 1 million in the float. LPSN talked about this in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. Now, the high right here is 716. The next high looking left is 785. It just got halted. Wow, just got halted. LPSN just got halted. Shoot. I was going to put a price alert right there and maybe take it if it broke through, but it just got halted because the next high is 786. So what is the market doing? Opening bar is blue right now. Market's down just a little bit, down a point. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Dow is up just a little bit. Basically, the market's not doing too much. Continuing down, guys. AAOI continuing down. You had earnings a couple of days ago. Reaction wasn't that bad, but yesterday there was a sell-off, and now a continued little sell-off. The 200-day moving average is right underneath it at 2291. So 2291. So a little bit of room to that 200-day moving average. Maybe that'll act as support. Wow. OM. Wasn't it? Okay. OM. Basically a lifetime low right now, guys. OM. I mean, I'm sure we can find, it says 0.1% in the lifetime range. So, and in red. So maybe not technically a lifetime low, but Looks like that's the lifetime low right over here, 585. Wow, Reels had a rocky, this okay, financing guys, CLSK financing. What's the price? Well, the next low looking left on the daily chart is around 1328 for CLSK. So maybe there's some support there. If not, 1231. If it does crack through, look at the monthly chart for CLSK. I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, the next low was 882. So on a monthly chart, there's certainly a ton of room. XPAV, I saw XPAV in the morning. Yeah, I mean, it's a great day yesterday, continuation today. Ah, okay. Morgan Stanley maintaining coverage, a target of 34. Okay. Morgan Stanley overweight and coverage at the price target of 34. And yesterday, XPAV shares surge amid optimism over EV makers' profitability. That was yesterday's news. Yesterday's news also hits over 3-year peak on outlook optimism. And today jumps on most human-like robot debut. Okay. So it's not just cars, I guess, humanoid robot technology. Hmm. C1 guys, CWAN. If it gets well, even if it got through 18, I mean the next high is 1837. It's got trying to see why it's moving. I don't see any specific reason why it's moving. Maybe it's just continuation of the 2 day ago move. Oh, VOR guys. I can't remember if this is shortable for me. VOR making a low here. Yeah, this is shortable for me. Wow. Got into the cloud, into the wave, got close to the VWAP. And this is all to do with a steeply discounted $100 million stock offering. And you know, in September, they did a 1 for 20 reverse split. LPSN, okay. Well, as you know, I don't normally take trades in the first 15. LPSN, what happened to it? Oh, well, you know what though? 710. Hmm. It was halted at 710. It got to 710, did not break it. But maybe it happens now. Interesting. And our AI has it. Low float. It is an earnings play, so it's going to be active most of the day. 58 times normal volume right now, up to this time of day. So again, guys, nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45, okay? And all I'm just looking for the reversals, okay? Gap down in reverse or gap up in reverse. Now, yesterday was such an incredible day. We had a big gap down and then a big reversal. So, all right, QNRX making a new market high, okay? Now, when I say market high, I'm talking after 9:30. Okay, sorry, NRGV is there's right, you can see where it got to today, and it got into these two highs on the daily and that monthly high. Okay, that's last month's high. Let's see if it can take it out. Oscar, man, oh man, what a this is if you can figure out a way to trade this one. This has got great range. OSCR. So yesterday's high is 1615. The 200-day moving average around 16. So there's room to 16. I think it's getting there, of course, but okay, CY, CU. Well, I guess it's got some room, guys. I mean, if you look left, it's got room to about 4 CYCU until it hits that next high. It's above that high of 336. Probably a low float. Yes, it is. Look at the volume. And this was yesterday's news. Okay, this is not today's news, but this happened during market hours yesterday. Selected by a telecom provider to modernize emergency warning network, and that is the CYCU. Ooh, wow! This COGT guys, big move yesterday. This was an earnings play last week. Then it had I don't remember what happened here. I don't remember what happened here yesterday. It obviously had a huge move. Obviously, it had news. I just can't remember what it was. But the low yesterday was 30.99, so we're way below that low. Like this is a big sell-off right now. Still way above, of course. I mean, it's down 10%, but it's still way above the close of Friday. A lot of shares available for me and Interactive Brokers, over almost 2 million. All right, guys. Well, I have to go back a few months, I guess, to see where the next high is. There we go. So the next high on a monthly chart, that's back in, excuse me, February of 2023. So Call it, at least 2.5 years ago anyway, almost 3 years ago. 504 is the next high on a monthly chart, and that is for NRGV. All right, we've got some in the continuation. So these are gap up and reversals. So there's Sony. 2806 is the next low looking left for Sony. Sony is actually an earnings play. Wow. I don't think I had shorts available, right? I did not have shorts available for this one. QNRX. This is a gap up and reverse also right now. Obviously, the repeating version of this scan. You can see how many new lows it kept making. We hardly had any yesterday. We hardly had any of a gap down and reverse. All right. Well, here's one right now. Gap down and reverse. Okay. DAVA. Well, it's got some room, guys. Look at that. 962. 962. Now there's a 962 is the next in fact that's what that red line is, or the purple line. Okay, guys, DAVA is very interesting to me. It's a gap down and a reversal play right now. It is an earnings play. So I mean, it got beaten up on earnings, but trying to reverse a little bit. Now, more than likely, I probably should wait for a little blue in here, but it's starting to base here a little bit. Looking at that orange wave on the 5-minute chart, the trade wave, looking to see if maybe it starts to curl a little bit up. The VWAP is what, 721, so it's right at the VWAP also. I'm just waiting to see if it can hold that area. If not, just move on. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert just around here, around the 729 mark. See if it gets up to that area anyway. That is for the DAVA, DAVA. All right, here's another one, guys. Another gap up and reversal underneath the whole number. This is HSAI. That's HSAI. Well, really keeping my eye on this one, guys. I mean, it has a little bit of room. I mean, the next low looking left is 2237. Okay. And that's for the HSAI. So if you're looking for reversal type plays, this is a good scanner for that. There's no shorts available for me in this one. This would have been an awesome reversal play. The GLTO, just no shorts available for me. It's actually gone negative now. I mean, after being very very positive, it's up to what $26 this morning. $26, very positive. What I might do on this one is create a don't repeat version of it also, so I can see where the first alert happened. When I say this one, the gap continuation or reversal scan. Now, I'm not looking at any continuation plays right now. You don't. I'm going to go over this. You can have this one. This is on my homepage. Now, what time is it now? 9:51. You know what? I want to go over my homepage right now. Show you the information that you can have from it. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. Here's how you can take a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of no matter what subscription you choose, either standard or premium. Okay. All I ask, please use my code. If you use my code, company tracks the use of the codes. They see my code being used enough, they'll keep both rooms free. I, of course, moderate a YouTube room and also what, if you're in YouTube, the trading room. Okay. So, first of all, welcome. If you're new to all this, welcome to the rooms. The trading room is open at about 6:45 Eastern time, and I open the YouTube room around 8:30 Eastern time. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why I'm not opening the room at 3:45 my time. But Obi in the trading room opens it up. Now I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But even when I leave in this room, the trading room, it's usually kept open later after I leave by William. It's up to him, depending on maybe what sort of earnings plays there are at 4 o'clock. So on a big day, the main room is open from 7:15 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, just question from our YouTube room. Orgo, my thoughts. ORGO. Okay, as I take a look at what I see anyway. Yeah, I mean, great 3-day run. It had earnings a couple of days ago. I guess that was on Friday. Nice continuation yesterday. So a nice, let's see where it is in lifetime range. I mean, a monthly chart, it's breaking free there. 2.2, not a high float, not a low float. But if you're asking me, should you buy it or not? I mean, it's obviously had a tremendous 3-day run, and this was on this is an earnings play. So nothing more I can really add to it. We're seeing this one on Friday and yesterday, but didn't trade it. HSAI guys, hoping to see this again. So that's the trading room. So those of you in YouTube, if you want to come into a room with which is has a lot more activity, a lot more traders in the room, exchanging ideas, you can come into what I call the trading room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. There's no problem staying there. But again, if you want a little more action, you can come into the trading room. Okay. Now it's a support room also. Okay, so it's a trading about everything, YouTube and this room. It's a support room also. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, wow, HSAI, I'm loving this. Glad I just looking at the reversals now instead of also the gap up and goes and gap down. I'm going to explain this. So you can ask me questions all day long, okay? If I happen to be tied up doing something, I'll let you know, but typically I can answer questions almost immediately. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot do that, but I can direct you to the people who can. I just don't have access to your accounts. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you click on my link, my homepage link, scroll down, click on the education section, the more info and getting started with Trade Ideas. So that's the very first thing you have to do if you take out a subscription. 12 short videos, and that will get you started with Trade Ideas, covering all the important aspects of the program. If you do not have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, thinking, wonder if this is the type of program I might like. Well, you can look at that second video and go forward. And that should give you an idea about whether it's something you'd like to try. You can always try this for a month. There's no long-term contract. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Okay. Ah, forgot one thing here. Before going to the education section, if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, keep it simple, get to trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Could be there. And the trade of the week is free. They're designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. And now my scans, okay? So if you've clicked on my homepage link and click on the view scans, technically they're not all scans, okay? It's kind of semantics if you're new to all this. So this is the compare count window. This is movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Look at the LPSN now, guys. I'm going to go over that in a second because it came up on the reentry. If you're looking for a couple of races, this is a large cap race, and this is a race that sort of a wide open race. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. Pulse resumes is over here. And this is the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. Now, if you do load it, you will get what I've done here. There are four strategies. I'll go over the scan in a little more detail later, but there are four scans in here, and I've disabled the gap up and go and the gap down and go. I'm just looking for the reversal plays. Notice I've just checked these two. But you don't have to do that if you want to see stocks that are gapping up and are moving higher at the time of the alert. You can check that or the reverse stock that gap down and was moving down at the time of the alert. You can have these checked. I'm just looking for reversal plays right now. But I also have two other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them open, but I have the momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan. Okay. So any questions about these? Feel free to ask. So if you've got our AI guys, I'm just going to show you this. You should have the reentry column. If you don't, please add it. I've asked I'm surprised the company hasn't. Well, let me know. Anybody with the AI right now, maybe for the first time, when you click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window, when you do that, do these columns automatically appear? I'm talking about the reentry. Please let me know. All right. So William says he's not interested in trading after hours today, so he'll keep the room open until 3:50 to 3:55 ish. Okay. So I'll be leaving sometime between 2 and 2:30, and I'll always stay later if there are questions. If no questions, though, I take off. I think Gemi is an earnings play, guys. GEMI is an earnings play, and this is this is a lifetime low. GEMI is a lifetime low. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. GEMI is an earnings play, a lifetime low. Just started trading as Gemi a couple of months ago. So it's a recent. So this must be their first earnings release. Market is basically flat right now, guys. SPY is down about a point. You can see the Dow is up a little. Qs are down a little. SPY is down a little. So the markets are basically kind of flat. And as William pointed out, the bond markets are closed today. So there's going to be less volume. Let's take a look at the SPY. Look at the volume. Yeah, pretty. I mean, I know it just started, but what time is it now? Half an hour in. You know what, guys? Keep an eye on this CLSK as a potential reversal, gap down and reversal. Okay, hasn't really moved since the alert, but obviously it has a ton of room. 1648 is the next high looking left on the daily chart, so it's got room. They did a financing. Okay, they did a financing. I just couldn't quite see what the price was. Yeah, I don't quite understand this initial. Yeah, I don't. Somebody'd have to explain this to me. Maybe William. I don't know. Price set at 1916. Really interested in this one, guys. It's just done nothing. The first alert was at 1434, so it's really done nothing from that first alert. I'm talking about the CLSK. There's a gap down and reversal play. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert, say around the 1439 mark, and see if it takes it out later. Yeah, I didn't have shorts available for this one either, the QNRX, neither the GLTO. Another gap up and reversal play. A very low float, 590,000 in the float. It wouldn't surprise me if it goes negative. Right, HSAI guys, that was a beauty right from the beginning. Right at 9:45, and I was really interested in this one. You can see I was riding the wave down, had a ton of room, like a ton of room underneath. Only trade I've taken today. So I'm really, really liking this. Now, you know what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do, I will, just out of curiosity, because we're not getting too many alerts. I'm going to, okay, so these are the gap up and goes, and these are the gap down and goes. Okay, so let me explain this. This multi-strategy window. This is called the multi-strategy window. That's why there's an M in the upper left-hand corner of this window. So typically the use of a multi-strategy window, you don't have a lot of screen space. So you can take some alert windows, some scans you've created, and put them in one window. So if I right click on it and I hover over strategies, you can see I've got all these are just individual scans. Okay. Alert windows. They're just individual alert windows. And so I've got a gap up and go, a gap down and reverse, a gap up and reverse, and a gap down and go. So what do they all mean? So, and I've color coordinated them. So a gap up and go, what that means is that at the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up. Remember what a gap is? It's the first print of the day. So there had to be a specific number and percentage up. And then at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Now, again, like I have to say this every time, just because you get a gap up and go doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Okay. And the gap down and go is just the reverse. A stock that had gap down, and then at the time of the alert, it was making another new low. Okay, and that's how this is color coordinated. Now, the gap down in reverse hopefully makes perfect sense. Stock that gap down, and then it's starting to reverse, and then the gap up in reverse, like the HSAI, it gapped up and then started to reverse. I'm sort of trying to get more into the reversal type plays, and that's why I decided to, you know, uncheck these two, the gap up and go and the gap down and go. But I thought, you know what? Look at the ENGN. I mean, this is just nice. It's a gap up and go, and it's but look at that hitting in that line right there. Hopefully, in the next build for you guys, you'll have people ask about this line. This is showing the next high looking left on a daily chart somewhere. Where that next high is actually back in October of 2024. That the month of there was a daily high here. Hmm. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, the SPY is now breaking down again a bit, a bit. So when you say, so the question is, how do I delay an alert window? You mean have it start, say, 15 minutes after the market, after 9:30? Is that what you mean? Or whatever time frame? Okay. So if you right click on your alert window, can only do this for alert windows. Click on configure. In the search box, click on the search box and type in time, okay, time of day. And so that will restrict it. So if you add the filter, time of day, add the filter and say put 15, that'll delay it till 15 minutes after the open, 9:30. Okay. Now you can actually do this in the pre-market too by using negative numbers, but it's not going to get overcomplicated. Okay. So you can delay it to whatever you want. And in the min box. So if I put 15 right now, notice what happens in the summary. The alert occurred at least 15 minutes after the open. Of course, I don't want to do that here. And the reason I do that here for this one is because at the beginning of the day, especially stocks that have gapped up, they can go up and down, up and down, up and down, or gap down. So I try to delay it 15 minutes to try to maybe establish more of a trend. Of course, the trend is not 100%. Look at the OM. Boy, that was a nice one, the gap up and go or gap down and go. Now, I think what I'm also going to do is I'm going to duplicate this window. And then I'm going to, in the properties, I'm going to put the don't repeat. So I can go back in time. Okay. And then I'm just going to name it. Call it don't DR for don't repeat. I'm gonna put this on my other monitor, okay? So just so I can kind of go back in time and see, okay, where was the first alert? So far, the best one I've seen today is the HSAI. Oops. Look at that beautiful move. Yeah, that's where it should. Okay, Spanky, that's where it should open in the premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, that's where it should open because this is the window you'll see. My opinion, this is all you need to look at all day. Okay, and the other thing to do is make sure in the filter section where it says none. Well, it says none here. Now, all these trades are profitable, so you're going to see them all. Oh, thank you, Spanky. Okay, yeah. So it is opening in the window I want, the premium AI strategy trades window. It's opening in this one. That's the one I want it to open in because this is what I think. So again, if you have the AI guys in that filter column, right now it doesn't matter, but uncheck the profitable trades. Okay, you're right. Nobody did, but thank you for answering. Okay. If you have a question about that, anybody with the AI, just let me know. I'll go over this in more detail. Okay. So I wouldn't take this one. Well, this engine really, I know it's not engine. It's Engine Holdings. Beautiful. That's a really nice earnings play. Actually, it's not an earnings play. I'm sorry. It's not a. Wow. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. It was active in the pre-market, I guess, but it wasn't up. It didn't make it in the top 16 or top 15. Just go to my homepage, Carlos. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link and scroll down, my scans, view scans, and right here, the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, right there, the gap continuation or reverse is right there. Okay. And remember, you have your choice. You don't have to see every one of them. When I say every one of them, if you right click, so if you've loaded it. Now, the other thing too is that, and this is for everybody. If you load one of my scans, you're not going to see everything that I'm seeing right now. You will start to see your alerts at the time of when you loaded the scan. So right now it's 10:15 Eastern time. So you'll start to see alerts from then. You're not going to see all the previous alerts. Okay? Because people say, how come I'm not seeing what you're seeing? So if you only want to go long, However, I mean, I probably use this like a watch list anyway, but so a gap up and reverse, obviously this is a short. Gap up, and reverse. It's giving you an idea to short. Gap up and go, an idea to go long. But if you look at this and it's coming right into that red line there, that is the next high. That's on this month. There was a daily high in this month back in July. So that may stall it. So you may look at this and go, well, you know what? This may act as resistance. Maybe I'll turn this into a short. Now, I have obviously I've accidentally taken off the, I think I'll just keep the beep. Yeah, just the beep. So, I mean, this is a heck of a a heck of a gap down and go, guys. I mean, the OM was an earnings play, and I mean, it's an all-time low now. Yes, it's an all-time low right now. Well, okay, technically the all-time low, I guess, is 585. Well, it is an all-time low. I don't think there's a low lower than that. Mm, this could be well, I don't say it's going to be an all-dayer, but I mean, at one point this was positive, this HSAI. So I'm riding the wave, guys. I'm going to ride this wave. Actually, I probably should have taken some off right here, okay, right there, but I didn't. I wasn't paying attention. Um, but I'm going to ride this wave. And if you want to know how to get the wave on your charts, just let me know. I think it's a great visual presentation of helping people keep in trades longer than you normally would have. Boy, another gap down and a go on the GEMI. This is another all-time low. Did not take this one. Now, one of the things about this gap strategy, okay, it's very active during earning season, and that's why I typically don't use it unless we're in earning season, because that's when you get stocks gapping either up or down. A lot of them. Now, it doesn't mean I won't use it. I typically don't use it when we're out of earning season, but we'll have to see. Boy, boy, this is another huge one. A lot of shares available also. Now, at some point you might look at this and say, maybe try to play a bounce on it. The problem with it is that there's no there's no support. There's no like chart support. So I mean, at some point, it's going to bounce more than likely. But I like when I'm going to want to play a bounce. I like to see it come into a level, maybe the 200 day or a moving average or the next low looking left. But there isn't any of that because this is an all time low. So it's sort of a guess. Pretty wild action in the LPSN, guys. Indicative of a low float, 6.6 million in the float. Okay, guys, I haven't even looked at this. Pulse resumes. EPSM just resumed. Wow. HSAI. When you look at this one, when I saw this one, it had just broken down underneath 22. I'm sorry, underneath 23. But look left. Look at all the room it had. There's a 200-day moving average is down here. 2068 looks like the low. So it had a ton of room to keep moving if it wanted to. And this is an earnings play. Looked good at the beginning, but just selling off. Well, don't try to catch it yet, please. Even on a 2-minute chart, that wave is still strong. Okay, I'm looking to see if it starts to curl a bit, and so far, so good. But I will like if we get a bar that hits the bottom of that wave, I'm definitely going to take some off. But you can see right now, as we speak, there's only been one attempt, and nothing has pierced the top. Well, here's another one, a gap down and go, guys. CORZ. Now, this one is not as enticing to me. Why? Well, it's at 1726 right now, and a couple things, might struggle to get through 17. But even if it did get through 17, the next low was 1691. So that makes it not as. But if it does get through 1691, yeah, it just doesn't have as much room as I like underneath. Hmm. I probably shouldn't ask, but no questions out of YouTube today regarding the presentation, the screen size. Good to see. So Mel, when you say it's all good, so did it automatically take you, like, if you're running this on a desktop, did it automatically take you to the sort of the large the full screen presentation, or did you have to pick it, or you just remembered you did that yesterday? You had to pick it yesterday. I'm talking to people in YouTube. Here's another one, guys. It's SIBN is coming into potentially a resistance area around 1890. So it took you immediately. Is that because you did it yesterday and remembered what you wanted? I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to figure that out. But I'm surprised. There's nobody has said, "Hey, how come the screen presentation is too small?" Or Okay, you entered from the channel bar. Okay. Well, I'm not getting any. No, nobody is coming in saying, "Hey, the presentation is too small," or "How come?" So I shouldn't say anything. I will just wait for anybody to say that. Okay, guys, I have taken some off. Okay, the HSAI. Now I have these stocks that I'm in. If I'm in a trade, I have them thumbnailed on another monitor, just in case you're wondering. Not that stock, HSAI. Just because it's starting to curl a little bit, and I said if it touches that, the bottom of that, which it almost did, I want to take some off. But I'm going to hold now. Okay, and this is a short. So what this allows me to do, but just by taking some off here, this allows me then to kind of hold on and just see if I can keep riding this wave down. Rivian, boy, Rivian is having a resurgence, isn't it? This is an earnings play. This was not a good earnings play, guys. I mean, this is the so I'm wrong. November 4th post market. So this was the reaction to earnings on the 5th. Okay. So actually, it was a good earnings play. Even though ahead of earnings, it was starting to sink a bit, but this is the reaction to earnings. And so Rivian is just, it's the only other EV that I've seen in Vancouver, other than, of course, the Tesla. It's the only other one. I've not seen any other. And I haven't seen that many of them, but I have seen some. Okay. So see, now in the past, it's very possible I would have taken a lot more out of this. On that little jump, getting a little anxious, saying, you know what, you got to make sure you. But look at this on the HSAI, continuing to ride the wave, guys. If you're, you should there should be questions about this wave and how to enact it. If you're new to this, it's part of the standard service. Ooh, look at this. Look at the wave change here. The color, trade wave. Don't be shy. So this was a gap down and reverse, and now this is a gap down and go. I mean, on the GLTO. And how does 1 million in the float? That's why you can get those pretty wild moves. When I see the alerts I'm getting from here, I'm trying to figure out why didn't I have this up and running a couple of weeks ago when we were really at the beginning of the earnings season. But and what is the market doing? So now the last time we looked, this was a big red bar down, but look what happened. It came back up. Another red bar, big blue bar. So a little bit of choppy activity, excuse me, in the SPY right now. Look at pizza guys again. Okay. Remember yesterday the big rumor that what try something or other? There we go. Look at that. Talk about man, oh man. Sturgeon false takeover report. False takeover report. After a now deleted report of a potential takeover by Tri Artisan Capital was published online. So who? Wow. Because that stock popped all the way up to $50 on that false news. Okay, so Mal, so you can load what you want, okay? So so yes, there is a way to get the same layout, but you have to load them individually, okay? You can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Question in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, I put the link in. If you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, custom scans right here, the custom scans, view the scans. So if you want the gap continuation, let me just expand this window a bit. If you want the gap continuation or reversal, it's wow, HSAI. It's right here. Okay. If you want this movers to the upside, movers to the downside, it's right here. And if you want the halts resumes, it's right here. Okay. So this is what you can actually see. You can load them individually. Okay. I have other scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I have a momentum scan. I don't have this up and running though. I don't have this one, the combo scan. I do not have that one up and running. I do have a couple of races also that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. So this is all what you see here is what I've got up and running. That's it. When I say up and running, generating alerts for me, okay, all day long. Really, it's just these two. I mean, the halts resumes is more information. So I've really cut back on the number of scans that I've got up and running. This is basically just these two. Finally, okay. So I did have a question about how to display the wave. Okay, so Ryan, I'm assuming you can hear me, and anybody else who wants to know how to get the wave on your chart, it's part of the standard service. Okay, it's not an add-on or anything. So the first thing is, I'll demonstrate it on my daily chart. I do not have the wave on my daily chart. I only have it on my 5-minute chart. So the first thing you have to do is you right click and you have to check use browser interface. Okay. Now, if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. It's just a toggle on and off. Okay. But if it's not checked, just check it, use browser interface. Now, when I do that, the wave is on. Okay. Oh, we even have this big resistance and support. Interesting on the daily. Okay. So the wave is on now, but more than likely, if you've never enacted the wave, you're not going to see it. So, depending on the version of trade ideas you're using, I'd like to, if you have, you may have something that says FX at the top, FX, or you've got, right, you see the little anchor to the left of the anchor is indicators. And so you would click on indicators, and one of the options is trade wave. And you would just watch what happens when I click on it. It's a toggle on and off, so the wave is going to disappear. So again, I'll just click on it, trade wave, and now it appears again. Now, depending on the version of trade ideas you're on, you might see something that says FX at the top, and that's what you would click on. Okay. So Ryan, did that? I'll answer your question in a minute there, Mal. Okay. Now, the only reason you wouldn't see these icons, okay, up here when you check use browser interface, if your chart is too small. So this is for other people. If your chart is too small, for instance, you're not going to see them. So it has to be at least a certain width and even a certain length, because if the chart is, let's see if I really shrink it down. Yeah, you see? So you just have to make sure your chart is at least a sufficient size. And then you just have to expand it either down or to the left. You don't have to keep it this size, okay? Once you enact the wave, you can get it back to whatever size you want. So the idea of the wave is that, and I don't care so much about, I mean, it'd be nice if you see a sell flag or a buy flag, but the idea for me using the wave is just orange, and it also depends on the time frame you're using. Okay, I mean, it's a 5 minute time frame. If you use a 1 minute time frame, it's very possible. Now you see how it's flattening out, and it may even start to curl up, in which case that orange will turn blue. But I'm using a 5 minute. And again, orange meaning a weak trend. And if it started really turning up, probably that orange would turn blue. This helps to keep me in the trade, though. Okay. Now it depends on the time frame you're comfortable with. So how do I get a blank layout so I can start to add your scan? So have you created any sort of a layout at all, Mal? Because before I mean, I can show you very quickly how you can just, if you click on Windows and then close all your windows, you'll just have the toolbar. Okay. But have you created a layout that you might want to bring back at some point? Because you should save the layout first. So when you say just the channel, so you're in the channel, so you're clicking on new and then dock channel bar. Is that what you're doing? And then you're using one, and then you're just sort of scrolling through these different channels. Is that what you're doing? Or surfing through these different channels? Is that what you're doing right now? Okay. So, well, if I have a channel, if you don't have anything, if you have a blank screen and then you're looking at a channel, like I'll look at nuclear energy as an example. So all you have to do really, I mean, here's the channel. If you just X out, when you X out, then that in theory, you should have a blank screen in theory. Now, if you don't have a blank screen, just go click on Windows, okay? Click on Windows and then close all. That'll close all the windows you got, but your toolbar will remain. But I just want to make sure you have not created a layout. You have not created, you've just used the channel bar. Okay, well, then just close all, and now you'll have a blank screen. You'll just have a toolbar. Now you can just load my so you have a blank screen, and then you can just load my scans. Okay, well then you should have a blank, and then just click on my. Now, do you know how? I'll do this for everybody also, because some people might not know. Okay, great. I see what you're sharing on your home page, but how do we get that on my screen? So let me just do one, because if you can do one, you can do them all. It's the same principle, okay? Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and then you go down to the scan section, view the scans. So let's say you wanted to have the gap continuation or reversal scan, this one on your monitor, okay? So you click on the open scan, click on open scan, and what'll happen is, I think this is gonna overwrite this tabs. It depends on your browser and your settings. It may create a new tab, but you'll see, when I click on open scan, okay? So there is the scan. There's the link for the scan. See, it says multi-strategy window, okay? There is the link for the scan. So all I do now is I'm gonna highlight the link, left click on the right-hand side, and then highlight it, highlight it, highlight it. Hopefully you guys know how to do that. It's the basic work with your mouse, and then copy it. Control C on my keyboard, I'm copying the link. So now that link is copied. And then I go into the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and see this box pops up. And notice this box or this window pops up. And notice in this box, there's the link. See how this ends in 10780F? 10780F. So that's the link. If you've done it correctly, if you've copied that link correctly, you will see this. And then you just load it. Okay, now it's on your screen. And then you can just do that for any of the scans that you want from me. You just do the same thing. See, this showed up on my other monitor, but this is what happened. Okay. Once it's on your monitor, the next step is you should save it to the cloud. Okay, save it to your cloud. So if I right click, save or share to cloud, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Why? Because if you accidentally exit out, like I do that, where is it? So you don't have to do this every day, of course, okay? But you save it to the cloud. But if you've got it, if you take the scans that you want from me, and maybe you create a couple of your own, then save your layout, save your entire layout. Because you don't have to load my scans every single day. You take the ones you want and then create a layout with those in and maybe something else that you've done. So once you're satisfied that you got a layout, maybe with some charts that you like, timeframes that you want, file, click on file, and then save or share to cloud. And you see where it says entire layout. You click on that and give it a name. I give it a name. Whatever name you want to give it. My 930 layout, my market layout, my whatever. And I always put a date on it, so that you know when you created it. And then just save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now you don't have to worry about accidentally deleting it. The other thing is that when you exit Trade Ideas, and you should always exit Trade Ideas every single day, do not leave it running overnight. Okay. When you exit Trade Ideas, if you click on File and then Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want this layout that you got up and running? You want this layout to load when you re-enter Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then your layout, everything you've done will be saved, and then it'll load that layout. Okay? Now, the other thing, I just very quickly, you can have Trade Ideas on as many different devices as you have. Okay, so I'm running off a desktop. I've got a couple of laptops. I have a couple of, not that I don't really use my tablets that much for it, but the bottom line is, if I went out and bought a new laptop or a new desktop, all I have to do is download the program, Trade Ideas, and then file, load from cloud. I mean, I think everybody understands how the cloud works, not just ours. So as long as you've saved it into the cloud, so you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. You can find a layout that you want to load, okay? Individual scans that you want to load. The other thing is you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want, as I said, but you can only have Trade Ideas loaded on one device at a time. Okay? I check earnings and trade ideas. Okay, this is usually pretty good. I mean, is it foolproof? No, but but you see what happens is I've always got my news here. Okay, this is my interactive brokers. Look at HSAI, just keeping me in the trade. Amazing. Um, but this is my news and interactive brokers. So I could see also, remember, I saw this earlier. I can see that this was after third quarter results. So I know that we've got it as an earnings play. Interactive Brokers has it as an earnings play. That's just confirmation for me. Okay. There's the odd time where this is, so sometimes a company will just switch. They've said that that's when they're going to release earnings, and then now generally speaking, you're not going to find that with Apple or Microsoft or all the big guys, but some of these more obscure ones, they can do a switch every now and then. So now, okay, well, okay, so MJ, do you know how to create the wave? Because this is just now a matter of change of turning it to a 1 minute chart. So do you not know how to create the wave on your chart? Or I mean, I can do it from scratch again, but then it's just a matter of changing the time frame on your chart. See how that changes? See how there's a little bit of blue right there? Whereas on a 5 minute chart, there's no blue. So there was no alert. Okay. Now if you're talking about, so there is no real-time alerts. In other words, there's no alert that you're going to get on that sell flag. So you may be talking about the Market Explorer. Okay. There is a scan in the Market Explorer. Is that what you're talking about? If you click on new and then Market Explorer, you're not. Okay. Well, if you're not talking about that, you cannot get a real-time alert. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, but that was from the Market Explorer. 100% that was from the Market Explorer, okay, MJ. Okay, if you click on new and then Market Explorer, and then this window pops up, you left click on it, the select strategy comes up, and then you scroll down, trade wave, and then trade wave buy, 5 minutes. Okay, this is the only sort of real-time alert you're getting, but you cannot control it. You cannot create your own scan and then have an alert, a real-time alert when you get a sell or a buy flag. Okay, and it's only for 5 minutes. You cannot change it to. You can change your chart to 1 minute if you want, but this is set up for. So if I look at Bodhi, the last one was at 10:40, so there's a little buy flag there. Okay, okay, MJ. I can do this again, but this is there. There's no way you can get a real-time alert by setting up your own scan for getting a buy flag or a sell flag. You can use this, but you have no control. But you don't, I mean, it's not bad, but okay. So click on new, and then Market Explorer. Okay, so this is okay. The trick is now you should have this box, right? You right click, on it, and then another box pops up, and you see where it says select strategy, and hover over that, and then another this big box pops up, and then scroll down, trade wave, another box pops up, and then you click on trade wave buy, 5 minutes. I mean, you can look at it on a daily and a weekly, but for intraday, 5 minutes. Okay. Oh man, I was looking at Dava earlier as a potential short, all-time low. This has been. I mean, I should do my video on this just because. I mean, this I can't tell you how many questions, and not just to me, but to the other traders. How do I, my biggest problem is staying in a trade. How do I know when to get out and all that sort of stuff? I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but boy, oh boy, I mean, I've been trading many, many years, and I love the visual presentation of the wave, keeping me in a trade way longer, way, way longer than I normally would have. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Gee, we even had a reversal for VOR, guys. A bit of a reversal. I think they've done a financing. I think it's at $10. So a little bit of a reversal. Or the old adage, you only need one good trade. Now, this is come. You would think that's interesting. Now, this is okay. If you're wondering where I'm getting this resistance and support, very like really stark right in front of you. This is on a new build. I'm on a development build. Okay, so hopefully, I'm just sort of displaying what's upcoming. Tomorrow, Dan will be in our YouTube room, I guess. I'm going to Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, usually does a stream in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So he may shed more light on it. Okay, so the 200-day moving average is 2074. So I've got to be very, very aware of this 21. Okay, I mean, even though the wave is still orange, me and a whole number, we don't get along. So, and it's even saying support. Okay, and it's probably looking at going to be. That's interesting. If that is actually looking at the 200-day moving average, that's pretty good. It's not just looking, or it might be looking at that low. It's probably looking at that low right there. You mean the wave? Talking about Stan? Are you talking about the trade wave? When you say the indicator, yeah, so it's called trade wave. So if you click on the so to enact it, again, if to enact it, you have to be on the browser interface. So if you take your chart and you right click, when you right click on your chart, one of the options way down here should be use browser interface. I'm going to uncheck it because it's just a toggle on and off. So if I right click on it, use browser interface. Now, because I've done this before, that's why the wave is appearing. If it's not appearing for you, then it's either going to be in order to enact trade wave, you're either going to have these icons here right to the left of the anchor, and if you click on it, you'll see one of the options is trade wave. Okay. If that's not what you're seeing, you will see FX. It all depends on the version of trade ideas you're running. FX used to be the old way. You'll see FX as one of the icons. And then that's what you click on. And then when you click on that, then TradeWay will pop up. Okay. Let me know if that worked for you. All right. I've just taken some off, guys. Okay. Because again, it's getting so close to the whole number. It's getting so close to the 200-day moving average. So I've taken, quite frankly, most of my position off now on the HSAI. I'll hold on to some just in case it does break through 21. But that was a beautiful ride from just underneath 23. That's where we first saw the alert this morning. And that was, well, late. I mean, that didn't happen for, remember, I have a delay on this. So I'm not seeing any alerts until at least 9:45. Now, you don't have to do the same thing. If you want to see alerts right off the bat, you can do it. Just be forewarned. You'll probably see a lot of stocks moving up and down, up and down, up and down. So that's why I put a delay. So if you load this from my homepage, you will not see anything until at least 9:45. If you want to take that off, you right click, configure all, they're all checked, edit the selected, and then you see where it says time of day. If you don't care, just get rid of that. Just delete the 15. That means 15 minutes. Just delete it, and then you'll start getting alerts right at 9:30. But I'll warn you to be pretty frantic. It's even pretty frantic at 9:45. Yes, I agree. Well, it depends on what time zone you're in, but I'm in Pacific. But moment of silence for those of you who are in the Eastern time zone, and I will respect that. 54. Okay, I'm going to mute myself. All right, guys. Well, there was a minute of silence with this to respect the veterans. Armistice Day, Remembrance Day. We call that Remembrance Day in Canada. All right, guys. Well, HSAI, boy, it's still challenging. It's still challenging 21, but I've taken most off. I mean, I just have the feeling I might stall at 21, but if it doesn't, there's the 200-day moving average, or the VWAP is, sorry, not the 200-day moving average is just below 2074, so it's not that far away. That could act as support. And you can see kind of now, the trade wave can be used. I mean, not today. I mean, you look at the trade wave here on the SPY. See how it's orange, blue, orange, very choppy. But we've had days where the SPY has, like yesterday when it ripped, that was blue all the way up. You could have ridden that blue wave almost for 3 or 4 hours, 3 hours anyway. At the beginning of the day was orange. You could have ridden it down. Well, this is an earnings play also. I didn't see this one. This is from our AI. Pretty good. Pretty good, guys. I mean, 73.17 on the alert, $71 now. The low got down to 70.77, 70.70. See how it's struggling to get through 21, HSAI so far. So I've got this one over here, and I'll run this tomorrow, right from the beginning. I only enacted this at 10:03. This shows me the first time we had the alert. Okay, that's what this one does, and that's the don't repeat for the day. Yeah. Again, this resistance and support is just looking at the next highs on a daily chart or lows. So I mean, this is pretty interesting. I mean, I wish I'd taken it a little bit earlier, on the 28 break. If you want to, this is why we have poppies in Canada. It's a very, this is a poem that was written by a Canadian medic, and this is all started in the First World War. And he wrote this, and 2 weeks later, he was dead. But it's quite the poem. And that's why we wear poppies in Canada. All right, CENX. All right, guys. Okay, it is 11:08. I think Chris is going to be in our YouTube room again. I think he said yesterday he'll be in our YouTube room today also. So let me, but I just want to make sure nothing has changed. Guys, look at the transition now for the VOR. This is a financing. That's why it's been hammered down on financing. Okay, that's why it is down 46%. But look at the transition now from orange now to that little blue. It's over the VWAP. Okay, at the VWAP, 996, a little bit over the VWAP. So this could turn in. I mean, look, it's been a disaster for the company today. But maybe a little bounce play now for VOR. Looking at that transition over the whole number of 10, over the VWAP, and the transition now from orange to blue. Now, I'm not saying to take the trade, but it's an idea. How's that? It's an idea. All right, guys. Well, if it breaks 10, I'm out. But taking it, okay, the VOR. I don't expect a massive move. I mean, remember, Bad news. It's still down 46%. Just trying to play a little bounce on it. 10 gets me out. Oh, nice. Again, I'm not expecting a big run, guys. I really am not. All right, just checked. So Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, I'll be taking a break at about noon Eastern, from noon to 1 Eastern. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. So as always, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Well, how about that? Now it's actually turning into a gap down in reverse for VOR. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor to see if there's anything interesting happening. And I can say no. Look at the rain. Remember, I can't remember if rain was shortable for me. Okay, RAIN. Yeah, this was not shortable for me. Remember, we saw this in the pre-market right at 9:15, just ahead of the market, the 9:30 open. Shot all the way up to 11:35. Had some news, and look at this. Mr. Pepe, are you in the room today with your sore wing? Okay, you don't have to. Just want to make sure you're. I mean, we'll ask every single day. Okay, every single day how you are doing. Okay, and all you have to do is say good or bad. You don't have to type very much. Okay, excellent. Okay, guys, I'm kind of in a holding pattern right now. Still have some of the HSAI. Have some of have the VOR. See if it really rips a bit, but it doesn't look like it's going to. But still have some of the HSAI just in case it wants to do something crazy, like take out that 200-day moving average underneath. I think I'm going to see HSAI up here again, guys. Oh no, the low was 21. 2098 was the low. 2095 actually was the low. It's got to make another new low. Five. Is an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Okay, so there's your theoretical support area. Okay, that's the next low looking left around 145. If it takes out 145, though, look out below. 137 is the next low, and that is for 5. So that is it's not an earnings play. Okay, guys, one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, we may take out that. Okay, gap up and go on this one. INR. I don't think I saw this at all. So you can see right there that when they talk about resistance, all it's doing is looking left on the daily chart and seeing where the next high on a daily chart is, and that high is right here. And 13, October 13 is just popping through that. The next high is up here at 1321. So let's pretend that it can take out 1321 because then you've got a lot of room. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert around 1321 for the INR and see if it gets there. Number one, doesn't mean if it. Understand when I put these price alert, and this is an earnings play. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately. I just want to know if it gets there though, because if it does, and it does, it's it's not running away too much. There's a ton of room still, up to almost 14. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, see how that resistance line disappeared until I clicked on the symbol again. So I'm assuming that if I really had a huge 5-minute chart, you would see it would say the full resistance. I'm going to assume that, and I'm wrong. I'm wrong. So you only see the resistance all spelled out. Oh, that didn't work out well. So for intraday charts, you're just going to get the R and the S. For a daily chart, or I guess even a weekly chart, I guess you'll get Though it doesn't, yeah, it does show up on the monthly. It's on a bill that you don't have yet, Michelle. Okay. Dan will be in our YouTube room, I'm sure, tomorrow. So you can ask him. I mean, I know they want to release it. They had a bug in it. Not well, not a bug. It was kind of something weird. Needs to see if that's been fixed. No. Wow, HSAI guys. I mean, this may. Well, even though I took some off here, guys, and I took a lot off. Okay, at that 21 level, but now I still have some left. Now the next low looking left looks like it's around 2065. So it's getting closer and closer to that. And that's the HSAI. Remember, this was a positive. This was very positive. I mean, it closed yesterday at 2305. It got up to 24. So it was a dollar positive, dollar above yesterday's close. And then it just basically all day long just sold off. The China stock. I want to see if overall China sold off or is, oops, not really. No, I mean, China's down. Not a huge amount or anything, basically flat. So this is basically, well, it's an earnings play and market didn't like it. Well, I liked it at the beginning, but certainly not now. I have to rearrange all this a little bit. I might shrink this down a little bit on the monthly. I like to see this daily a little bit bigger. Oops. Yeah. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:27, 11:27. So about 30 minutes. I'll be taking my break. Out of the VOR, obviously, took a little loss on that one. A little greedy. Was hoping we'd get about 9:30 or so, or 10:30 or so. Now, I may flip. And I don't have shorts of it. I do have shorts available. This is fascinating. Can this take out the VWAP? Can it take out the 200-day moving average, which is 2074? It's 14 cents away, 12 cents away. Sorry. And that low right there. So, the 200-day moving average and that low, that daily low, are about the same. So why not just put a price alert in that area and see if it takes it out? Because if it takes that out, I don't know where there's any support. Well, if you look at a monthly chart, 1790. Not saying it's going to get there, but I haven't even looked at my movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. These are going to give you some lower float ones, probably. I'm more concentrating on these sort of plays right here, earnings plays that are, well, it's not just earnings plays, but most of them seem to be. MTC, okay, I'll look at MTC. You guys are talking about MTC. I know it's probably a low floater. Actually, it's not that low. Cheap. Next high looking left. Wow, it's got room, 350 or so. Yeah, it's not looking good again, is it, William? I mean, it's been really, really choppy. Look at that VWAP right there. Threw it in a big way, and then boom, taking it out in a big way. There is the low of the day, as you said. So let's take a look at it. Put a price alert there, low of the day. See if it takes it out. Yeah, Bitcoin I see down 2,700, 103,000. But what does that? But that means nothing, right? Because it trades 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, okay, guys, let's take a look at boy, that's Cenex. I mean, we're seeing it here. We're seeing it here. Another awesome short. Boy, I'm tempted to go short this one now. This VOR They're going long, taking a little loss on it, and see if that turns orange. That blue wave turns orange. This has been an awesome one all day long. SIBN earnings play, I think. Not yes, an earnings play. Cybone. Provision of proprietary minimally invasive surgical implant system to fuse the sacroiliac joint for treatment of musculoskeletal disorders of the sacropelvic anatomy. Oh, so you didn't hear me, Stan. I check in trade ideas. I answered your question a long time ago. I guess you didn't hear me. So I mean, I'm looking right there. There I can see it's an earnings play. I mean, I'll always do maybe a little quick look. I have my news headline here, and I can see that it's an earnings play for sure. Okay. Sometimes what'll happen is I'll click on something, when I'm doing my pre-market work, I click on something, and I'm always looking at my news in Interactive Brokers, always. And if I see it says, oh, wait a minute, it didn't say that it was an earnings play here. I mean, our provider is not infallible. Sometimes, as I was saying before, is that some of these smaller ones, they indicate they're going to have earnings a certain date, and then they may change, the day before. And so our provider has not picked up on that. But I would say that 98% of the time, I'm going to put a percentage on it, that this earnings date that we see here is pretty bang on. Man, what's happening with Cenex? I mean, it's not an earnings play. Had earnings, had earnings on the 6th, and the reaction was pretty good. I mean, there's a reaction. Okay, that was on Friday. Yeah, Monday down, but boy, this is really aluminum plays. Or well, let me take a look at Alcoa. Make sure it's not just Cenex. Is it all of them? Is it Alcoa also? So Alcoa is down 2%. Cenex is down 16%. I was sort of thinking of that, William. I didn't want to voice it here, but why? I wonder why Alcoa is not down I mean, this is down 16%. Alcoa is only down 2%. And Alcoa, I think, is certainly, I would think, is the leader. Anyway, maybe not 51 million. Yeah, I guess so. I wish I had taken it. Look at the SPY guys. You talk about chop. Look at this. It looked like it was okay, going to take that out, but no, came right back up. The VWAP is right there. So Pepe, you don't have to type War and Peace, but there was a way in the multi-strategy windows, right? That even though I've got don't repeat, if a stock showed up in another strategy, it would show up. So I can just say don't repeat in the strategy, right? As opposed to an overall. Okay. I just have to figure out how to do it again. So I have to go into the individual strategy and say don't repeat, as opposed to in the configure all. Well, as opposed to doing it here, properties, and then don't repeat. Okay. Because what I'm seeing sometimes, of course, is that the stock can gap. I might get a gap down and go, but then later on it could turn into a gap up and go, or a reversal. So I do want to see that. Okay. So now I don't have to worry about it here because I don't have the don't repeat on here. So I will do that in each individual one. I'll do that when I'm on my break. So here's one I don't think I saw earlier. So how about this one? Gap up and reverse, CNNE. This is an earnings play, another earnings play. Boy, this looks interesting to me underneath that whole number. And the next low looking left, it is below that low in the monthly chart. It's an all-time low. This CNNE is an all-time low, guys. Missed it. Maybe you're right, Saul. Yeah. Boy, the CNNE is an earnings play and it's an all-time low. I was trying to get it at 1583, and right now the bid ask is 1575, 1584. Not sure I want to. I mean, it won't matter. Look at the wave moving down underneath the VWAP, underneath the whole number, all-time low. What could go wrong? Not a ton of volume. That's the only thing I'll say, though. Not a ton of volume. Only 300,000 shares. And, it's 2.9 times normal up to this time of day. So you can tell right off the bat, it doesn't trade very much. That's the only issue I've got with it, is that it may not be dynamic enough. Well, I saw that, but the block, or we saw one block trade. Let me see if it is the Cenex. Yeah, because it was at $30, I thought. A block trade, I think engineered by, was it JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley? And usually the block trade is, yeah, here we go, 9 million share block trade at 30.65, Morgan Stanley. Now, normally, well, they don't, the block trade could obviously, a 9 million share coming at the market could really destroy the share price. So they try to arrange it, some guy wanting to get out at a, decent price, but it hasn't helped. I haven't seen too many block trades like that, William, in a long time. I haven't seen too many in a long time. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, guys, back in the room. Yeah, I guess so. You're probably right, William. I mean, you think, well, why does this guy want to get out? 9 million shares, a block trade. Why does he want to get out? What does he know, or the fund know? Boy, on the flip side, boy, this SIBN just absolutely ripped all day long so far on earnings. And of course, you can see right there. Look at the E-day right there. Okay, there's my column for earnings. And virtually, if it says minus 0.25, that means they released earnings after hours yesterday. And if it says you don't even see a 0.25, because 0.25 would mean they were released in the pre-market, but a minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. 2.25 is a couple of days ago. You can see how these are all earnings plays. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:47. So in about a little over 10 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. See how that HSAI, look at the support it had right there on that. Look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average. That's probably it for me, but I'll hold on just in case. But look how the wave is narrowing, which means there's a little bit of consolidation, okay, taking place, and we may get a transition. So this, believe it or not, I mean, this could turn into a long for me later, depending what it does. Here's an earnings play, guys, but not very much volume. SCM, yeah, not very much volume. Just looking at some other earnings plays. Here's a cheap one. Not very much volume. FLD. Sorry, I'm just looking at now. Okay, this is an earnings play. Vodafone. There is volume. VOD. There is volume. Boy, that is one ugly looking 5-minute chart, guys, on the SPY. So INR guys, I mean, I had this price alert set right up here. Oh man, I've missed. Well, no, 1322, 1322. So Pepe, before I take my break, and you don't have to. The only way I could get my mouse working was to actually Bluetooth it. Now I understand now Bluetooth because I don't think I've ever had to do that before with a mouse. Or maybe I have. I just didn't, but I thought that Bluetoothing it sort of, in theory, would slow down your system. Of course, I don't have to worry about that now, but I I am not 100% sure. I have two mice that are with one USB works, but they're both the same. They're both sort of the same. They're the MX Anywhere 2S, and they're both the same. And I only have, and they both work with just the one USB. And I don't know if my keyboard, I know what you mean. I think, you can use one USB and unify a bunch of different products like your keyboard and your mouse. I definitely have two mice that work on that one USB, but I could not get it to work after I left. I could not get it to work until I went into the settings and then Bluetooth it to use it as a verb. No, I didn't have to go to Best Buy. No, I didn't have to. Everything's working perfectly. All right, guys, 11:52. So in about 8 minutes, I'll be taking a break. HSAI is still, I still have some left just in case it takes out that 200-day. I don't think it turned blue at all. No, it still hasn't turned blue on the 5-minute. Okay, see how it's still orange? Yeah, we have no float information for HSA. I want to make sure that's not a mistake. Sometimes the float doesn't show up unless I whoops. No float information. So that can mean that just give me a moment. I want to check that website that we get our float information from. That might mean that But again, for some reason, just because it's a larger cap. Yeah, so it's a large cap, market cap, like it's a large cap stock. So consequently, the float information is not showing up on the dilution tracker, but supposedly we have a way of picking up the float information from another source. I'm not getting it here. Yeah, I'm wondering if that, I mean, it's a China stock. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I've noticed though that, our provider picks up the low, no problem now, while it's getting it from dilution tracker. But if the if the market cap is too high, it's that, it doesn't show up in dilution tracker. But what's supposed to happen is that if it checks dilution tracker and there's nothing there, then it goes to the other source. Anyway, 11:56. I better get my YouTube link in, so you guys can head over to YouTube if you want. Chris will be there in about 4 minutes from now. And on a break. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Anybody take that CNNE? It's actually working out not badly. Right here, you can see the gap up in reverse. I think the original alert would have been at 1585. Boy, this is fascinating. That sounded like Spock. Will this take out that low? I mean, it tried it tried at the 200-day moving average. I don't have very much left, but I decided, I'm going to try to play this wave as long as I can. Oops. All right, guys. Yeah, some of you have been playing this reel, haven't you? It's over 15 again. Give me a moment. Yeah, I mean, this is, I know some of you have been playing on the short side and the long side. This looks pretty interesting on the long side now. I mean, it's been hugging that wave. All right, I heard a little pop. I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. So, guys, I will take my break in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. So, I'm muting myself now in the main room. And a double decker for Mr. Christopher Varley. I don't think we had a problem. At least I haven't heard anybody or nobody posted any problems getting into YouTube today regarding
Okay.
screen size. So I guess we're good to go.
Sounds good to me. I see both are up and running again. So if anybody comes in, I'll just do the same thing as yesterday and share the link and give them the rundown on that new set of options.
All right. And let's see now. I posted something about HSAI. So Chris, as I understand it, so HSAI is not it's not a low float. Okay, I went to the dilution tracker and they don't have any information, so that means it's not a low float. So I thought what was supposed to happen is if the system goes to dilution tracker first, they don't have any information, then they go to our other provider.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Is supposed to be the way it goes.
Okay, so in this case, for whatever reason, our other provider doesn't have that information at all.
Yeah, they struggle with the overseas stocks, I believe, but I'll put it in our market data sourcing, and I'll let Brad handle it from there.
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal to me because I mean I'm short this. So I've been short this one almost all day, and I didn't even see the float, to be honest. So it's not like I needed to see what the float was, but
yeah. Well, it's nice to have, though. I mean, it's not like it's a new issue or anything. It's been around.
Exactly. So yeah, it's a China stock, ADR. So does that mean that if it is ADR, our provider does not pick it up all the time, or is it just hit or miss?
I think it's more international. They really seem to struggle with the Chinese stocks. That was one of our big sticking points with bringing on dilution tracker, actually.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. With that, I'll let you go, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Have a nice break, Barry.
Thank you.
Oh, I got to switch screens. My apologies, everyone. Bear with me. Let me get that up. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. All right. So happy Tuesday to everybody. As I mentioned yesterday, you were in store for me 2 days in a row. As per usual, do this as an open forum. So same for the folks that have been around for a while or around yesterday. But if you're new to here by any chance, do this as an open forum with you folks asking the questions that matter the most to you with the software. Don't do any pre-done content. I always feel it's best if you folks ask the questions that you're looking to get answers on to drive the content. And very often the questions that you have are similar or near exactly the same anyways as questions many other folks have. Opens up some discussion and that kind of community vibe feeling that I like to get going and feel around here, as I have for so many years, even before I got to be lucky enough to work here for Trade Ideas. So with all that said, floor is open. Don't be shy if anybody has questions. As per usual, if there are none coming in, I'll do my best to keep this I'll do my best to keep this informative and relevant to the software and or market. And, yesterday we looked at the market a little bit while we was waiting for some questions to come in. It was a bit of a slower day as far as questions went. And then I made a pivot over to some back testing and optimization. So maybe we'll do something like that again today. Let's see, while I'm waiting, or generally waiting, and I brought up yesterday, I did create a new compare count window here. And so running this again today, let's see, I think I ran it a couple of days last week. I don't remember what day I made it last week, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe. I think I made it Tuesday, and then I changed it a little bit Wednesday and Thursday and settled what I wanted on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. But for those that weren't around, this is looking at stocks that are above the 50-day SMA, making new highs, versus stocks that are below the 50-day SMA, making new lows. I didn't do a whole lot as far as the filtering goes in this. I really wanted to collect most of the market. Stuck to the regular exchanges, of course, or I should say the major exchanges. I didn't run into pinks or anything like that. But, we're looking at the new highs here, and trade at least 500,000 shares on the day. Anything above the 50 SMA, 50-day SMA, getting the attention on that as well. Needs a market cap over 25 million, I think it is. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 25 million on that. So, like I said, I wanted to capture a good portion of the market. Didn't want to leave the small caps out. Flip side of that on the red. Stocks are making new lows and below the 50-day SMA. Same market cap, same volume metrics here with that. So it was interestingly enough, yesterday when we were doing our session, the cylinder score here, I think it was like 45 green, 55 red. As the day went on, and obviously anybody that was paying attention, watching the market yesterday, obviously saw the indexes continue to move up after, I don't know, what time was it? I guess 12:30 or so. We started a bounce off the low of the day. I mean, it was up regardless yesterday because we gapped up, but yeah, and then just kind of continued on for the rest of the day, grinding higher. And this moved here, the cylinder score by the end of the day, that's right here, that had moved itself to, I want to say, like 56, 57 green, and brought this down to the 40s here. So it was an interesting dynamic. Watching this here today, this was down in the low 40s about 20, 25 minutes after the open. It's continued to push its way in, really making some headway there over the last couple of hours. Let's see, green moving up a little bit of a move up in the red as well. Reflected a little differently here. The green, a little more of a move here. And the red, not so much here. So just interesting stuff. I like to keep things interesting. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Put those questions in for me. We were 50-50, we're 51-49 now. So continue to move in the favor of the bulls again, as we're passing into the afternoon on the East Coast. So yeah, don't be shy. Get some questions in for me. If you have those, please, please, please. I much prefer it when you folks are engaging and interacting and all those kinds of things like that. It makes it much nicer for me selfishly. But if you're just not feeling it, you're not feeling it. And that's all there is to it. And I'll just continue put out some content here for us all to mull over as we watch the markets and or our positions. Lost my train of thought. That's okay. So, all right, nothing coming in. Let's see. What could we do, folks? Anybody with suggestions? Nothing? I guess, I don't know, we went through some charts yesterday. Let's mess around in the alert window again. Some back testing, I guess. Let's see. I think my recent settings are there from yesterday. Can I talk about how I typically set a stop? Yeah, I could do that. Sure. Let me just mess with this real quick. All right, can't find what I was looking for right now. I'll mess with that later. See if I can find. I was trying to see if I could. I didn't save what we were doing yesterday on that alert window. So, how would I typically set a stop? I got a couple of different things that I like to do here. There's the multi-period low here. I use a 20 multi-period on that for the daily chart. For some context there, plural, I'm a swing trader. I don't particularly day trade anymore. Not to say that, occasionally I enter a position and it ends up being more of a day trade because it moved either against me and I'm getting stopped out on the same day, or it moved favorably. Once in a while that does happen on the same day. And then I decide to either take some or all off the plate because it was more than I had already anticipated. So I use this here if you're curious about the multi-period low. Come to the indicators. Where the heck is it? Indicators. Multi-period low, this here. So I use that as a 20. And so all it's doing is it's going to move this line to wherever the lowest point was over the last 20 candles looking back. So daily is the period on this, obviously. So on occasion, I will use this as long as it's not too far extended out. If not, I really kind of just set pivot levels, eyeball things, and I like to draw lines on charts. It's very subjective, like most technical analysis. But that's the way I personally like to do it. So for example, I don't think the stock is going to work out very well, but all right. We'll just work hypotheticals here. If for whatever reason I decided I was going to take a shot at this today, two likely areas I'd look for a stop on this. $20 whole number. I think it's kind of tight on a swing trade. So I would also probably look at, probably look down here at this $18 level, give or take a few pennies right here. I just, let me get rid of this $20 one because the $18 more likely if I was forced into a position on this. Looking at this here, we can see how much price really has loved this line. And so a test and a fail of that line, next thing you know, to me, my eye starts to look down to this way, which would be what, like 15 and change, 16, give or take, 15.50. I don't know, somewhere in there. We drill in, get to the penny, I suppose. And I think of it as a squishy area here, so this 18, probably more looking at like 17.90, give or take, when I've really drilled in on it. And I'm really just looking at things like that. Where does it look like if I try to look for, if I'm wrong, where could it get a lot worse when I'm wrong? At what point, am I done being wrong? So that's my thought behind it. For the record, when I was day trading, I would kind of do the same thing, but I would look for something much tighter. So, going back on a daily chart, let's just say I was taking a shot long right now on this stock for an intraday move. I'd probably be using right off the low of the day. I'd probably be using the low of yesterday at this point had I decided to take a shot. And once again, if we look, price really dancing on that line right there as well. So, generally speaking, when I was taking day trades, there are larger size shares versus my swing trades I take smaller positions. And so the tighter stop to protect me from a larger loss with a larger share lot. So that's my kind of 2 cents. Ozzy, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Is there anything else? On the day trade side, and again, I was not a good day trader. That's why I stopped day trading. Just way too many 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 1.5 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1.5 steps back. It was more spinning my wheels in the mud, which was better than just taking losses, but I wasn't gaining anything really. So I just, for whatever reason, I just don't have the mentality for it, I guess. Maybe someday. Today wasn't that. It isn't today, and it hasn't been the days in the past. So, but other things I looked at on the day trading side of things, I'd went through a slew of things looking at, different moving averages, simple moving average, EMAs. I was trying some of the shorter ones. I liked VWAP. You had something that looked like it was making a turn, and you had VWAP a good ways off, taking it to the turn into the VWAP, is maybe a target. An area where you start to look to get out was always something was, bouncing and holding the VWAP and then made a hold off of it. Be also a reason to consider getting in. Like I said, I'm very good at it, so take that for what it's worth. So yeah, and other questions, don't be shy, folks. Get them in. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Let's see what else. I will mess around again. Where did I leave that window open? No. All right, I'm going to see if I can find that alert window I was screwing around with yesterday. Recent settings. Oh, backtesting and support, Webby. I bet these are it. Hey. Good for me. Doesn't seem to really want to load. Very strange. Wow. Why the heck does this have so many columns? That was strange as heck. It's like it added every freaking column. Oh my goodness, it did add every column. No wonder it was freaking out. It literally added every column. Okay, well. This is fun. Let's add back some of these columns. At least have some kind of data coming in. All right, so what did we had going on here? We had that, 10 relative volume. Again, anybody that wants to interrupt me for any reason, any question, by all means. Otherwise, we're going to backtest and optimize. I'm just going to think out loud while I do it. And, don't be afraid to interject with this. If you got a question on it, if you want me to try something, test something, you have a thought about it, anything like that whatsoever. Anything related to any of this stuff is fair game. I'm just going to, while nobody's coming at me with anything, mess around and show off some optimization and all that. Okay, so we got that going. Oh, you know what else we need? Even though the columns don't really matter at this point, we want time. I like to have a type in there. Symbol's probably good. Okay. That's more conducive to what I like. Again, completely open forum here, folks. Do not be shy. So we're messing around with this. And we're calling it a 30-minute timed exit. Left that alone. I think we stopped entering trades at maybe it was 12:29. If I remember correctly, last thing they'd left off on was, yeah, no, that was terrible. Weren't finding a lot of great trades in here. This looks a little better actually to what I got going on there. Mess around with the hold time here. We lower our hold time. A little quicker in out. Nah, it doesn't help anything, to be honest. I mean, you know, split some hairs here. Yes, the profit factor is better. That win percentage is better, but we're losing 8 cents there, but only 4 cents here, which I don't like. We want that spread to widen, not narrow, actually. I don't like that at all. Stacy, Chris, please correct me. The money machine choose Holly signature. I do not see any filters pre-selected. Am I correct? There's no filters really needed to put in there because it's just going to work off of Holly's stuff, actually. I was going to run this real quick again and then put it in the background. So, you know, it's only taking those symbols. So you don't need to filter anything more. It's literally just taking those symbols. The one caveat about all that, though, is this. Where's my machine? Okay. Bear with me, folks. I'm on a developmental version that was likely headed out to you all until this right now. Just bear with me a moment here, folks. I don't know that I'm going to be able to showcase what I want to now because I think I'm stuck in an exception loop on this version of the software, unfortunately. Yep. Why would you work when I need you to the most? Interesting. Okay. That was very, very interesting. All right. So if I were to use the Holly Today's signals, that's not Holly Today's signals. That's Holly Today's signal. One of the things here is this. You know, you pick long or short, and that's all you're going to be able to do. So on these short strategies in the money machine, if you're using Holly, it's going to try to long those actually. Vice versa, if you pick short here, these long strategies is going to try to short those. So for now, that's the way it works. I surmise they will work that out where if you pick long, it'll be long, you know, you'll be able to move the direction that Holly's moving through the money machine. But that is neither here nor there at the moment. Yeah, some new stuff going on with the money machine here that I will have to get to testing as well. Yeah, on the stops and exits, that's all you're choosing. It won't do anything based on Holly's stop. That's the only exit Holly has anyways. You're still choosing whether you want the trade wave or not the trade wave, and the rest of these exits in here, you know, rank and all that, and then the trailing stop stuff as well. So that remains entirely up to you to decide on how that exit goes as far as Holly is with that. And then, like I said, on the order entry side of things, you're either going all long on the Holly trades or you're going all short on the Holly trades on the trade direction. No way to follow Holly in that regard at this moment anyways. So let me get rid of that. And of course, Stacy, let me know if you got more questions. So I was looking at SPY chart, caught my attention. I didn't realize that SPY had made a bit of a move up here and did start to see. So this was 50-50 when we started. This moved up 54 now. Curious what this has done here. So I think this is the same as it's been. Maybe it was 70-30. I'm not sure. So, all right. So yeah, still not doing a whole lot to help on that, messing around with the hold time on this so far. But I just can't help myself. I like rabbit holes, like tinkering. What small adjustments might lead to bigger things. That was not good. Well, these adjustments haven't led to anything much worth noting to the positive side. I'm going down 5-minute increments from 30 on down. Oh, why not? Let's go all the way down to 5 minutes. So yeah, no, that wouldn't really wreck the strategy actually. So looks like the 30-minute hold so far would be the best. You may for the functionality purposes of it, but again, because you don't want to filter, because like if you put, let's say, a $5 to $30 bracket on there, right? You'd miss this, you'd miss this, and you'd miss this here. You'd only be getting these 1, 2, 3 stocks out of the 6 that alerted today. So putting a price filter on it would cut out any Holly stocks that weren't there. To ensure that maybe you encompass everything for functionality purposes, maybe to put $1 and put $200. I don't think I've ever seen Holly trade anything above $200 or alert anything over $200. Fairly confident in that. And you go up 3, I'm definitely never seen Holly do anything at 300. That's for sure. I've seen Holly hit a few stocks under $1 over the years. I've been watching Holly since very early 2017. So let's say I've seen a total in all those years, 10 stocks maybe under $1 get alerted, and less than 1 a year, I would say. So if you really, really, really want to play it safe to make sure anything Holly alerts, you put 50 cents, I guess. It just wouldn't hurt to put that in there with that wide bracket to make sure it works. Because I'm not sure what happens if you do it without any kind of price instructions on there. I feel like it would work without it, but actually, you know what? What the heck? Let's find out. What else are we doing, right? So we got that. Holly signals today. Care what account it goes into. Let's go and let's start it. So yeah, it looked like it just worked. NR, GV, P, UBM. Those are both Holly stocks. So yeah, worked. So yeah, don't need to put it in there. If you wanted to, just for whatever reason, for the exercise of doing it as a part of a routine, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, right? EVH. Yep. All right. So all 3. I just want to make sure those are correct. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, There's one day where the Holly list wasn't updating for the money machine properly, but it seems to have been corrected since that one day. Thank goodness. I don't use Holly signals at all. I never really have, to be honest. So and the Steve and Andy, they they've got their own scans and stuff that they're swing trading from. I don't think Holly really offers them much as far as what their strategies are. I could say Dan looks like he does a decent amount on Holly stocks. I don't know his P&L, but I have to, I believe he does okay. I don't think he's going to be, buying a private jet anytime soon. But I've seen him put in some different things in our Slack chat and whatever else about some things he's done, trading off Holly that have looked okay. So, Dan Dan is more of the day trader than all the rest of us for sure. You know what? I wouldn't even classify Dan to be a day or a swing trader. Dan's a am I making money kind of trader. So he doesn't really narrow himself to a time frame. He gets in something because he likes it, and I don't know, he's, whatever the computer between his ears, that brain of his, he's looking at things in the sense of, we could look at this as a day, we could look at this as longer term. I think he just adjusts after he's in accordingly. Barry definitely looks at Holly trades without a question. I think, Barry's very selective what he takes, but I can tell you Barry has definitely made over the years a number of trades through, from Holly alerts. I would say, Barry doesn't trade it necessarily based on what Holly's giving as just the entrance or stop or anything like that. He, sees the alert, and if it's something that interests him, he's putting his own trade management into it, his own risk plan into it. But I Barry without a question, quite a few Holly alerts over the years. So, I can point to a few of us that, just Holly doesn't really, if Holly has something that was going to interest me, it's going to show in my other scans anyways. So, and it would be the same thing for Steve or Andy. So, there's a couple of us, not so much. And then there's a few of us, good amount of looking at Holly without a question. Curious what happens if I drop this. And keep them coming. Don't be shy. Keep those questions coming. Anybody and all. Stacy, you keep them coming if you got them. Anybody else that wants to join in and has a question now, please do not be shy. Wow, it's 12:30 already. Holy cow. I'm going to keep messing around with this back test here. Who knows? Maybe we'll get something that looks real good and it isn't curve fit. Darn it. I did not mean to close that window. Don't be shy, Stacy. If you got them, just keep throwing them out there. It was a quiet session yesterday. It's been a quiet session until you got here for the most part. So do not be shy. If you've got them, just throw those questions out there. That's my vote on it. Really do anything to help. Sorry, I'm talking out loud about the back testing. No, I didn't want to close that window. Darn it. Grr. All right, well, too late now. hear that round money. So I'm trying to do on the back test right now is I'm trying to open it up so that on the daily, we're seeing more data here. We're kind of seeing more here now. But now we're not seeing as much this way. Like we got all right stuff coming through here. Obviously, quite a bit of movers. Not a lot here. It was the end of the summer, so it was a little deader. I guess that always plays a role. Mess around. Let's see about tightening this up now. Nothing crazy about that. More to work with there. This time of day impact things, 15-minute intervals. Interesting. So we break it down to 5. Too mixed, too jumbled. You can't just pick something out and that works best, you know. So I'm thinking of here, you know, not great, bad, not great, bad, not great, good, not great, all bad, pretty decent, bad, okay, almost okay, bad. You see, I mean, there's no like large block of time where it's working. It's like it works for these short periods and then it stops. Maybe we just head in another direction with this. Let's go crossed above resistance. I'll put a 1 here. Bring that up to 10 again. So I really want a whole new direction with this. And that direction does not look as good. Interesting, 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 interesting. So even going a completely different direction, still not a ton coming through here, but what comes through here is not good. A lot less trades overall, though. And that spread is very, very bad. But interesting on the win percentage. What happens if I undo the 1? Well, helps the profit factor. A few more winners. Oh, you know what's interesting? I forgot that we had cut this off, actually. Bring that rate out. Let's go to 329. Didn't exactly add a whole lot more trades here. Got 264 there, got 219 there. I really did much to help, you know. Lost a penny there, although we did move down 6 pennies here, which we do want to see. Technically, it did move the spread apart some. Let's work off of that. And again, still an open forum here. I'm just out loud thinking right now, folks, while I do some back testing and see if anybody wants to jump in. Any thoughts about what I'm doing? Questions, comments? We could take this a whole other direction too. Okay, so putting that one in there definitely did not help the cause. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do at all. There we go. Yeah. So I guess we'll be leaving that open. Go from there. Can we do anything optimization wise here? Sorry, I'll go back to the daily summary. I'm crazy about this. Not the best, not the worst. Here we get some chunks of data that we could probably work with here. Got a nice, something nice going on there. And that's kind of it. Yeah, that's good there. Whoops. But it's small to work with. Narrow this down further. So curious. Set the minimum value here. It's 21. And set the maximum value to 32.99. Not 20, 32.99. So we're going to chop a lot of trades off on this. Probably going to come in under 100. Yep, 55 total trades. That's the strategy now being made up entirely of basically this day and this day. And while there isn't really much on the losing days, you got just a couple of days making your whole 60 days there. So you need more coming in than that. And that's not the best. It's not the best spread right there. I mean, it's good. It's much better than what we had going on. But I'd really like to see this go north of 1 to 2. Making $2 for every dollar you're losing type of ratio. I do not have the back test option. So, well, a couple of things. One, you got to be doing it with an alert window. It's got to have an A in the corner. It is the only window you can back test. You cannot back test T or M windows or P windows or any other erases or anything else. And two, if you're on our standard, basic, birdie, whatever you want to call it level, you get 10 total back tests. That's the end. Premium, Eagle, Elite, you get unlimited back testing. So those are the two things. So make sure you're A, on an alert window, and then B, well, if if you're on a standard and it's the first time you're using it, you get 10 of those. If you're messing around with the back tester, if you're on standard, basic, level or whatever, and you're messing around with the back tester, and 10 isn't a terribly large amount to mess around with and see how you feel about it. Give us an email, and we can add a few more to your back tester if you're on standard, as long as you've never had us add them before. There's a fail safe that if someone keeps emailing in and say, "Oh, can I get a few more free back tests?" There's a fail safe in the system that once we've added, it won't let us add more. It'll cut it off because, in the past, as like with everything else in life, people try to take advantage, unfortunately. So, but you've never had us add any to your back tester, you're on standard, you want a couple more back tests, we can help you out with that. Email us info@trade-ideas.com. You just say, hey, I was in the support session and I'm on standard, basic, birdie level, whatever you want to call it. They're all the same thing. And Chris said that, if I haven't had any back tests added, you guys could add a few more for me so I could get a little more familiar with the feature, and we'd be more than happy to throw those in there for you. So Mohammed, just let me know. You should be able to get that. You also need to be in the download software. The web dashboard doesn't have any of these kinds of features in it, unfortunately. So, all right, they kind of moved us in a direction I liked, but not really. What did I do? I narrowed the price down. So like one of the keys to this with the back testing and the optimizing is trying to get a base strategy that's got some good data coming through that you can work with, that it's got enough winners in it that trying to shed the losers doesn't stop all trades from coming in, essentially, or a majority of trades from coming in. So I just don't feel like we've got that currently right now. Go back to opening up the world here. I'm going to stop with the relative volume filter. Mess with RSI. Let's get a good spike in RSI going on here. What do we look like if we back test that? That's a lot of trades. That is an awful lot of trades. Not a good average winner to loser. If we could get that number moving north of, let's say, 65, might not be a bad thing. Oh, that's terrible. We don't want that. Let's get that more realistic. Something that might actually do. So, all right, we're going to mess with this. We're going to go with the RSI on here. And again, still got some time before Barry comes back. Is your brokerage plus down today? Not that I'm aware of. We've got no emails from the several thousand people on it. I've got our paper trader set up to it right now. It's running fine. So I'd have to go with no. Today and yesterday are two of the quietest days we've had in our support in a very, very long time. So, as my father would say, it seems like all is clear on the Western Front. If you could maybe elaborate why you think Brokerage Plus is down or what your issues are, I would do my best to troubleshoot them through this intermedium. So let's see here. Yeah, we're going to mess around here. So, we like this very much. Let's bring that price interval down. Let's bring that down to 5 now. That is something to work with right there, folks. Let's set that minimum price. We'll put it at 20. That 20 range isn't awesome. Let's set a maximum here. Go with 89.99. Let's do that the old back testeroo. Go back to summary. So that goes from 30.28 to 18.39 on the trades. Unfortunately, winners and losers, well, the losers moved up 4 cents, although the losers moved up 8, so we did widen that spread some. Not great. I think we got workable data there. How about this question? Money Machine, can you review the profits made in the positions you're in? I mean, you got it right here on this. So, you know, right here I have today's P&L and unrealized P&L as columns. There's, you know, other columns you could add, but they're all pretty much doing the same thing. Let me widen this way out so make those columns bigger. There we go. That's nicer looking. And if we right click, look for columns, you got the master on the right side. This is your master bank of columns to add. And then you'd select it and move it to the left side on the selected to display the columns. So, you know, as far as profits go, get your realized P&L you could throw on there, meaning that if you've exited anything, that's what it is. But that's the same as closed profits. Where's that closed profits? Change from the closed to Price Max P&L. Huh, I thought there was a closed P&L. Unrealized P&L. I could have sworn there's closed P&L. Maybe they removed that because it was redundant. Huh. Yeah, so just realized P&L is there. So that's what you could do, Stacy, to be able to track that. I do believe we're adding some other, let's call them tracking methods for tracking methods for your portfolios and the paper trader. I don't know exactly what direction that's going or how it's going to work exactly. But I do see this new feature in here. When I go to brokers, I go to the paper trader, I see this reporting thing. It's something I just noticed on my own. So I'm not really sure what it's doing at all, to be honest. I haven't had any time to mess around or test it. So there's that. That is going to happen. Start date usually means way back when. Mess around. Let's go. See what happens when I do that. Huh. Well, it's thinking. Oh. Well, that's interesting. When I did that, it opened up this big spreadsheet here. Ain't that something? Wow. Well, that is fun. All right, so there's a new tool for me to mess around with at some point. All right, perfect, Mohammed. Yep, you should have, if you're premium, you should have unlimited on that back testing. Great. I love the tool. I will warn you, it could be a real big rabbit hole to go down, but and it's a great tool. Here's a video I did on back testing also for those that want. Obviously, use it at your leisure. Bookmark it, keep it over, keep it whatever you keep your links with, however you get to it, if you want, anyways, to refer to it in the future. But it's a pretty thorough video I did, nearly half an hour. I really, really drilled down into the back tester. Try to get you, the most advanced view that I could on that. Over on the positions tab, yeah. So this is gonna track two things here, Stacy. You got your daily P&L here. What's going on for the day, and then you have totals. So if you had something that was there's totals. So if you were holding positions coming into today, how that's affecting the total P&L versus what's just gone on today with those positions that you held overnight, over a week, whatever it was, like that. So those are what you have there, and that would also coincide with the unrealized P&L as well, because that's just your running total on the P&L for any given position. Versus today, it's only looking at what the position's done today. So you could be down overall in a position on the unrealized. You could be down $1,000, coming into the day, and then you get a $500 bounce on the day. So you'd be up $500 today, but down $500 overall still from that $1,000 down that you came in. So those are where you could look at and how you could slice and dice those. I'm going to stop the money machine real quick because now it works. Super interesting. Oh, wait. Didn't realize what time it was already. Barry could be back for all I know. Let me put my earphones in. There we go. Shrink this back down again. Ship that out over to the other screen. There we go. Perfect. Well, look at that. The market's gone positive today. The Qs are down, or the NAS is down just a smidget still. SPY and the S&P have gone positive. Dow's been up all day, I believe. So very, very interesting. Oh, what were we doing here? Oh, yeah, we're messing around the back tester still. So, all right, let's head back in the optimization tab. Price-wise, we're looking real good. Time of day. Ooh, kind of tough to cut that out because then we cut that out, and that's looking pretty decent there. In fact, some of our best winners came through here. 30-minute interval. What happens when we take it down to 10 minutes? This is where it gets tough, right? We could chop this into different time frames and say run it from this time to this time to this time, because you have good chunks of positive data. Same here, another good chunk of positive data in here. And we can definitely cut out all of that earlier in the day, right there. Possibly, no, I don't know. We cut that out, then we cut this out here too. Decisions. Wonder if there's a better way to approach this on the optimization. Let's head into the other filters. We were messing around with relative volume originally. We got rid of it. We kicked it to the curb. Let's see what happens with relative volume in this. Where is that filter? Relative volume. I do not think we want to go with 100,000 interval. Let's go with 5s. Very interesting. Very hard to cut these out, because then you lose this. But most everything's living in here anyways. Let's cut it down to 3. I hear you.
Yeah, just getting my seat adjusted in my chair.
All right.
Yeah, my seat. Yes. Chris, I hear you're doing a lot of work on the back tester right now.
Yeah, there wasn't too many questions. Stacy and Mohammed kind of came in and rescued me with some stuff, thank goodness.
All right.
But I figured, I can only talk about the market so much, agonizing over every tick and candles, tedious to me. So I don't know. Let's dive down the rabbit hole of the back tester, because I could do that forever.
And you actually use it. Do you actually use the back tester? I mean, obviously you do. You did a video on it and all, but are you on a weekly basis, you actually use the back tester?
I like to mess around. I like to dabble. I still held out hope that one day I might come up with a strategy that, I could run while I'm sitting here at the desk, and it could add to the coffers.
Okay. But not auto trading it, but manually trading it or auto trading it?
Both. I would look at both. I would never, well, I wouldn't say never. I mean, obviously, I'm not a huge ultimatum person, but it would take some serious, like, wow, this is the greatest thing ever, even better than sliced bread and butter, for me to ever auto trade and walk away from the computer. I would.
Right. So
I just
so maybe take the trades, take the auto trade on the trade, but manage the exit.
Yeah, that would be kind of my thought, because doing the back testing and the exits, there's no real dynamicness to the exit or a way to shift things. Look, we're in obviously a trending market and things are moving up. Rising tide lifts all boats kind of things, and positions could look good, and all of a sudden we take a turn in the market for whatever reason that happens. You could list a million things, and it's like, oh, I had all these nice positions or whatever, but the exits weren't conducive to that turn that the market took.
Right.
And it was going to be a great day, and now it's not. But because I'm sitting there, and when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, I don't want this alert. Maybe I don't know, max 3 or 4 stocks in a day, because I don't want to be. I don't want to be trying to manage 5, 6, 7, 8 positions at once. It's too much for me to be looking at and making decisions. I'm already not a good day trader, so now I'm going to try to manage 5 or 6 positions. That's just really not who I am.
It's too bad, because I remember a long time ago when I first started using the back tester, and of course my thought was always, well, it's great. I like the ideas it's giving, but I wish some way there was a way to optimize the exits.
Yes,
and there's
absolutely.
never been that. There's never been a way to optimize the exits. Like, how long do you hold this thing? And that's been the problem. You have to play around with it for and each trade in theory could be a little bit different.
That's exactly
very different.
You've got a set that worked out really well at a 10-minute hold, for example, but then you've got this other set that, had you held on to them for another 3 minutes, they worked, but they didn't work because of the 10-minute hold, things like that. So a lot of rabbit holes that I've messed with. I can tell you, my first year plus of being a subscriber, there were a number of times I stayed up all night playing with the back tester, going at it nonstop. The next thing I know, the sun was coming up.
Well, I remember in 2010 when I took the program, and Jamie was the first person I ever talked to. That's when you guys were doing we were doing the one-on-one. And then I only had I heard you talking about having only 10 kicks at it. And Jamie said, well, how about I give you 100? And I thought, oh my, that was that was like the best Christmas gift ever. I thought, man, now I play around. And I did. And then I became a premium subscriber anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
But but you're right. And in those days I had time. I had the time and the inclination to just kind of play around with it. But since then, I just don't have the time nor the inclination. So,
Yeah,
but
and I
I'm
think you've got yourself a good, you've got a good set of scans that you rotate and do
yes,
well with on, with your discretionary how you do things. So it's hard to, when you've got something that's working that well,
yeah,
hard to leave that in
because
the
I
dust, obviously.
because I want to see the alerts. Even
Yeah.
and somebody said, "Well, what if you back tested your scan?" I'm sure it would be terrible. I'm 100% sure it would be terrible. But I'm able to sort of cherry pick what I like out of the alerts
Yes,
just based on because a lot of it is looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, and
exactly.
it's hard to do that on a back testing.
Yep. 100%.
So anyway, Chris, we were gone overtime, 105, so
Oh,
I better
well, that
back
happens.
into the other room. So
Let
that's
me stop
okay.
my share
Always nice
and you should be
chatting
able to
with
get it
you.
back.
Yeah. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, there I am. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
You got it. Good to hear, Ozzy. Thanks, guys. Take care, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Okay, guys, I am in both rooms right now. Just give me one moment as get my music going. That for the last hour or so for me. This Pubmatic, actually, that was a very nice one from our AI. Took a while, but it was pretty nice from our AI. A little choppy around here, but kind of smoothly up. And we had the alert at 10:05, and it's at 10:81 now. It's actually got through the 200-day moving average. Looking at it on a monthly chart, it has some room to 1187. Weekly chart, let's see. But $11. So we could have a stall at around $11 if it gets there for PUBM, maybe turns into a short. All right, guys, going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, as always, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter what subscription you choose, either standard or premium. Okay, you can use that promo code. All I ask, use the code, helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage. They see my code being used enough times, they'll keep the rooms free. Scroll down. Now, by the way, for those of you in YouTube, okay, just so you know, there is another room. I call it the trading room that you can come into. You can stay on YouTube if you want. That's fine. But if you want a little more interaction amongst traders, you can come into the trading room. It's free. It's the same sort of thing. You see my screen and hear me, but there's just a lot more traders in the room. If you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the trade of the week. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? So OTRKB, are you talking to me? Do I follow a strategy when trading? No, well, not so much a strategy. I have scans. Okay, so it's not like Chris was talking about a back tested strategy. No, I do not have a back tested strategy, but but I want to. So I was sort of joking around. If I back tested this gap continuation or reversal, it probably would turn out to be horrible. I have no, I really, but I want to see the alerts because when I get the alert, I click on it and then I check to see on the charts. Do I like what I see? If I like what I see, I take the trade. So I don't know. It's not quite don't want to call this a strategy so much as just a scan that delivers ideas. And and I look at this one also to compare count. I only have two that I'm looking at right now. I only have call it, well, this is a scan for sure. And this is, well, it's a scan. It's giving me real time alerts. That's all I'm looking at right now. But obviously, I don't take every single trade that comes by in any one of these. And if you're going to say, well, how do I choose? Well, I guess obviously through some experience. And I'm always looking, I get an alert, I look left, how much, if I want to go long, how much room does it have on the daily chart before it hits that next high? If I can't see it on the daily chart, for instance, Pubmatic, I look left on the daily chart right now, I can't see anything. Now, could I see something if I kept scrolling back? Yes, but I'd rather look at the weekly chart and then I can see where that next high is. Okay, that's kind of what I do. And if I can't see it on the weekly chart, then I look at the monthly chart. It gives me an idea about whether or not, how much room I think a stock has to move before it hits that next high, if I'm going long. And that helps me make up my mind whether or not I want to take the trade or not, if it becomes something that qualifies as something I want to take a trade on. Speaking of which, well, first of all, before that, so if you guys take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing to do after you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. The very first thing you have to do, 12 short videos that'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off on that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's a type of program you might want to try, at least for a month. Back to basics. New to trading, 15 videos, free videos that you can take a look at, okay, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link and scroll down, middle section, view the scans, here they are. So here's the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. The movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. Here is the Pulse resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running myself, but you can take a look at them. A couple of races, large cap race, then a race that is wide open, and then a momentum scan, and then this combo scan that takes a look at 10-day daily breaks plus abnormal option activity, okay? Now, why I'm not using other scans? I might. For instance, I just brought back this gap continuation or reversal scan last week. I hadn't used it for, well, several months, which is the reason why if you create a scan or if you take something from me and then you decide, you know what, I don't like it that much anymore, save it to the cloud. You can always bring it back later and test it out to see, what's happening. What sort of alerts are we getting from it? And so again, if the question is, these are all things I've come up with, if that is truly your question, but I'm sharing them. So, and of course, you can always tweak them. I've got certain price ranges that I like to see. You can always change the price range or change anything about the scan that maybe you want to add a filter in or maybe take one out, change some of the values. It's up to you, of course. It just, what I happen to like to see doesn't absolutely mean that's what you should be looking at. So, guys, I've probably got another, say, 45 minutes left. Always later if there are questions, okay? But around 2 o'clock is when I start to think about leaving. But I'll always stay later if there are questions. And William says he's going to keep the main room open till 3:50 to 3:55 ish. So even when I leave, the main room will still be open. Well, this EVH from our AI guys, I mean, you can see it. You can take out this high right there, which is about 526. I mean, look at the room it's got. It almost got there today. And in fact, it probably got right there today. I'm going to get rid of the wave here. So what did it get to today? It got up to 523, and the high yesterday was 525. So you can kind of see if you can take this out. I'm going to put a price alert around 526. If it takes that out, just look left. Look at all the room it's got. 629 for $5 stock. That is a ton of room on a percentage basis. Now, if I get the alert, doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to take the trade, but I do want to know if it happens. For instance, if it sort of takes that out, a little bit of consolidation and pops through, and there's some volume, I'll probably take the trade. If that's not a recommendation to do the same thing. It's just what I'm looking at. That's for the EVH. Kind of a bad day yesterday, though. It was an earnings play yesterday for EVH, and you can see it got up to 628. But look where it closed. It closed right down here at 4 net, but that actually closed right at the low of the day. So it basically sold off. Now, there might have been some jogs in between here, but it ended up at the low of the day. There's never a great sign, a stock that was pretty strong at the beginning and then just sold right off and closed right at the low of the day. And you can see yesterday it closed at basically the same low. So that was Friday's action. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing any questions coming in. This has been a nice one. I did not take this one, unfortunately. This has been basically a rocket ship right from the beginning. TBPH earnings play. Look how beautiful that is on the 5 minute. Look at the wave just following the little piercing right there. That would, and up here, so a little bit of a piercing right there would have probably, if I were in this one earlier, definitely would have taken some off here. But boy, what a beautiful trend up, basically all day, and that is for the TBPH. Boy, that's a big float for a $3 stock. 172 million in the float. And I'm talking about the BAK. This is an earnings play. That's a big move, 19 million or 19 million, 19%. That's a big move for this company with that float. So you can see what's happening here is that no stocks are making new highs anymore or new lows from this scan. I mean, I'd love to take this one. Look at this. I mean, the high right there is 1320. It's a little bit above it. The next high is way up here around 14. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. It's a pretty big float also for the EVH. So, it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it's up 4%, had a, decent comeback today. Tabula Rosa. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if there are no questions, I'll probably just put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there are some questions, but don't really have that much more to talk about right now. Yeah, so there's been nothing new in this window since 111. So about before that 109. So since really 1 o'clock, almost not quite half an hour. All right, let's for fun take a look at rain here after the massive pullback. So tomorrow, guys, when Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, is in our YouTube room, usually does. I'll have to check, but normally he does. Starts to stream in YouTube between 12 and 1 Eastern time every Wednesday. I would keep asking him, when can we get a real-time alert for buy flags and sell flags? Okay. I would love to see this little buy here. No, just because you see a little buy flag doesn't mean it's going to do this, but at least you want to have the opportunity to see it before it does all this. Just ask him the question. I think that would be one of the more beneficial things that the company could do. So in other words, you create your own scan, and then your trigger is the buy flag or the sell flag. That would be the trigger. So it meets all your filter requirements. And then when you get the buy flag, you get a real-time alert on it. Yeah, with all the things we try to do, Pepe, this seems to be the one that, and even I can see the great benefit of it. And you obviously do also. So, I mean, this isn't. I mean, it's obvious they can do it to a certain extent, because we do have the ability here in the trade wave on the 5 minute. It's just not your strategy, of course, or your scan. It's not the worst thing, but I also don't know exactly what is behind this. I mean, the relative volume, I don't know if that's to be a minimum. Now, these relative volume numbers refer to the actual candle itself, which is pretty cool. Not the overall. The volume is never going to be low. You don't have to ever worry about that. But it would just be nice to have total control over it. This also relies on the fact that this has to close, okay? Which again isn't the worst thing. But look at this. I mean, the last one was at 1 o'clock. There hasn't been anything meeting the requirements in almost half an hour, which is a little bit rare. So, Ty, we used to be able to do that, and we had a calendar. Pepe probably can say we used to have a calendar that was easy enough to do that, but I don't know if that still exists. I think they had problems with it, or I'm just going to bring up Brokerage Plus. I don't think the calendar exists anymore. No, I guess I. Yeah, so the answer is no. There used to be a calendar. Okay, used to be a calendar which you could do exactly what you're talking about. It would have a calendar. You could see all the trades every day and the profit and loss every day. You could explode the day and you'd see all the trades. But as Pepe said, it wasn't working properly. So they took it out. I guess they took it out, and that's a long time ago. Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't use this really, but every time I've looked at it, this trade wave buy 5 minutes, usually it's pretty active. But look at this. I mean, again, the last one was at 1 o'clock, so half an hour ago. It'll be every 5 minutes, not obviously every five, but you can see here 11:55, noon, 12:05, 12:10, 12:15, 12, etc. Almost every 5 minutes, but since 1 o'clock, nothing. But it was after the fact, Carlos, because I thought the candle had to close to make sure that it remained the color. Because sometimes you get a pop up, right? So, so this is blue right now. It could be blue, 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 5 minutes, but then all of a sudden there's a sell off, and it's not blue anymore. It's orange. Does that make sense? I thought it had to wait to make sure that it ended up, say, blue. Okay, now here's one Rocket Lab. Okay, RKLB. See how it's the previous 5 minute candle. Yeah, but I'm looking at that right now. You see, we had at 1:30, and that is the previous 5 minute candle. Right? You get the buy flag. I just clicked on it. So that closed at 1:30. Yes, it closed at 1:30, and it closed blue. Now let's see if how see when I look at this though, I think it's a little too choppy. But maybe that'll start it. So this is the trade wave buy 5 minutes, okay, from Market Explorer. So that volume refers to the volume in the candle, the relative volume in the candle. Of course, here's the volume today. Oh yeah, yeah. No. Well, we were just talking about this right here. Look between 1 and 1:30. It's not a given that every 5 minutes there's going to be one. We are just talking about that. Look, between 1 and 1:30, there weren't any. There was several at 1 o'clock, and then one at 1:30, but there wasn't one at 1:05, 10, 15, 20, 25. Well, probably because like at the beginning, you're talking like at 9:30 or, at the beginning, sure, when things are really firing left and right at the beginning of the day, sure. I mean, I can probably go back right here. I mean, look how many happened right at 9:30, at the beginning of the day. I mean, way too. I mean, so many you can't even 9:35, a few 9:40, but certainly right at 9:30, you're going to get a ton of them. I just want to, excuse me, I just want to see if this has any sort of a movement, RKLD, RKLB. See, now you get a sell flag here, a buy flag here. It's not really, it's now another sell flag. Why did I yawn? God, I can't get anything past you. Itoro. Earnings play from yesterday, I believe. Yeah, pre-market, nice reaction to earnings. Look at this continuation off earnings for eToro, ETOR. Is that right? eToro is one of the biggest brokers in Europe. Okay. Well, they had a pretty decent 3-day run after really 47 down to 32, back up to 42. Running higher after Bank of America. Let's see, raised its price target from 50 to 55. Boy, this GLTO guys, I never got into it, but boy, there was a gap down at the beginning, or gap up and reversal. No shares available for me, and then look at this, a gap up and go. Yes, there is tie. So let me take my daily chart here. You can do 5 tickers, okay? Just demonstrate on the daily chart. So if you can hear me, right, and you can see what I'm going to do. Okay, so if I right click to find it, I think you go to select chart style. So right click on the chart, select chart style, and then comparisons. You got style, color grid, and now comparisons. Now you can assign your color that you want, and you can put 5 tickers. Okay, you can put, obviously these are customizable. You whatever up to 5 tickers here, and whatever color you want. This is just a palette that you can open, so you can pick the color you want. Oops. So again, select chart style, and then comparisons. This, I'm not sure, compare type, percentage, never really, line width, obvious. Don't know what this means, percentage, price. Oh, I see, okay. So you can pick your percentage or your price. So, is that good? Then you just say, okay. And you wanna get rid of them all, I guess you just hit reset. Let me just try something here because I don't do this, but out of curiosity, so I'll do the SPY. I'll just keep these colors the same. I'll do XLE. I'll do XLF. I'm just going to keep the colors the same. I just want to see what it looks like because I think what happens. Okay, so yeah, you can see here are the lines down here. Increase the line width. Okay, so here, so now I see. So that's the price. Probably that's probably what people would want. And then you can see up here, you can tell what it is. The SPY is here. XLE is a little bit above, and sorry, a little bit below. So yeah, I guess it's for those of you who want to compare sectors and how a stock is doing compared to its sector. I guess it's a nice visual. It can be a visual presentation. This is going to so this turns this into a line chart. Anyway, you can have fun with it. INR is starting to move without me. So you're talking about, so that must be your time zone, right? I don't know what must be your time zone. You see, but I look at this and there's no trend. You can get a buy flag, a sell flag, a buy flag, a sell flag, if that's what you're talking about. Wow, I'm not in it anymore, but look what it did. It took out that 200-day moving average, HSAI. Wow. Yes, I'm going to look at it. I know what you're talking about. So men's, yeah, but look at it. Does this really tell you anything? You know what I mean? I mean, when you might get the buy flag or the buy 135. It looked like it just disappeared. If I saw this and I'd say, well, okay, but there's no decent enough trend in my opinion. And maybe, you could say to yourself, well, maybe that's the buy flag is giving you the start of the trend. But if the sell flag is really close also, to me, that just means I don't even see the buy flag here. Still see the buy flag here, but you see again, you got immediately had a sell flag. So I don't like it. I mean, I won't follow it. If we have our own scan, then I'd be a lot more. No, I'm not so short HASI. I wish I were, William. Boy, that was another. I mean, look at this. Look at this leg down now. I mean, look at this leg down here from 23 down to 20, 2055. I agree. It is a trade wave buy. You're not going to see the shorts in that particular scan. Yes. Here, of course, you'll see sells and buys, and I would almost rather see getting alert if it had three blue candles in a row, and then giving me the alert on the third one, just so that it looks like a trend is starting. If that makes sense. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. This was even one I was considering, but I just didn't think it'd be dynamic enough. But famous last words, Kep. I think I had the alert for Kep was around 1685. I think. Yeah, nonstop without me. Yeah, GELTO, just nonstop without me. There was the high of yesterday is 25.90. Look, I suppose if it such a low float, 1 million in the float. High of when was this day? This was October 7th, so a little over a month ago. Got as high as 32. Yeah, in theory, I should. Well, you see how it just turned blue right there, the finally on the 5 minute, but it was a flattened blue. In theory, I should still be in some of this, but no, I just decided enough is enough. But look at this move down now for HSAI. What do they do? The sale of three-dimensional light detection and ranging LiDAR solutions. Okay. Oh, I'd love to be in it. But I got out right around the 21 mark, most of it. But this was during my break too, so I didn't want to see it jump on me. Yeah, just don't do it, Grumpy. I mean, I'm very happy with what happened. Believe me, was in just underneath 23, and wrote it down, to 21. So that's like a $2 move. I did so badly on the trade. I don't, what do you mean? Went from 23 to 21? Oh, I see. Okay. That was one of the very first ones that showed up. I wonder if I can even go back to 945. Yeah, I can't see it. I have to do more. Yeah, it was. I think it was one of the very, very first. No, no, no. It was from my gap continuation. The gap up and reverse. I think it was one of the first ones, if not the first one. And so why I liked it so much, of course, because it had all that room. I think that happened right at 9:45. There, I'd have to do a history or something. Tomorrow, though, I will have this, which is a don't repeat. So I'll be able to see exactly the first time of the alert, any alert. So I can back check. Yeah, good for you. Anybody who took this one, this GLTO, good for you. Like right here, you see how it flattened out. So I guess an argument to be made that this really shows consolidation pretty nicely. I mean, you can visually see it, but when the wave flattens out, and then you kind of see when it starts to move like this, you could you could have got into this trade probably around 21. Well, for those of you playing real, this is really popping now off 15. See how that flattened out, flat, 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 flat. And then right here, you could probably taken the trade maybe around 15.25, and see how much it runs for you. Look at this EVH, guys. I mean, it's right at yesterday's high now, 525, 523 right now. It did not take it out though because that line is still blue. Probably got to watch it tomorrow just to see if it has this. Because look at the room it's got. 629 is the next high looking left. This was an earnings play. Did not do well. Not today earnings, but November 6th post market. So on the 7th, that was a reaction right here. Well, did well. We went over this. Did well briefly, but look where it closed, right at the low of the day. A negative for the day. I'll let William answer that one. All right, guys, 157. So any more questions? Oh, I put the beep on here. Well, I don't know. It's not so much a beep. It's just sort of a beautiful melodic sound alert. I like it. It's not the beep. Which is nice when you're getting something with a lot of alerts all day long. You don't want to have something that's really obtrusive. This is what I'm talking about. Set up the sound, and it's not a beep. It's more melodic. I don't think there's any difference with all these. All right, guys, 159. So what I'm going to do now in our YouTube room, I'm going to put my homepage link in. For those of you in YouTube who still want to head over maybe to the main room, still want to interact with other traders until around between 350 and 355. So this is my homepage link that I'm putting in. I forgot yesterday, didn't I? Or did I? I think I forgot yesterday, didn't I? I'll leave my screen up. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Just remind me. Yeah. Well, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I'll leave my screen up. Okay, guys. So in the YouTube room, there's my link. I have to shut you guys down though. Okay. So as always, thanks for all the help all day long, guys. I'm going to mute myself now. I will keep the screen sharing up.